That's way too much, Jen Lu. Hold on. Hi, guys. How are you? Good to see you. Good morning, or almost afternoon, depending on where you are in the world. And heck, maybe close to evening if you're across the pond. Hello. Hey, preschool granny. Good to see you. And also, thank you for being a member for 15 months. I appreciate that. Thank you for supporting me in the channel. Hey, Melissa, good to see you. Hey, Jenny, good to see you too. And I saw that you joined Patreon. Thank you so much for that. I appreciate that. Hey, Rachel, good to see you. Sarah, good morning. Good to see you. Violet, hello. Good morning. Hello, Carol from Arizona. Hello, hello. Chicken lady. Hello, everyone. Jen, I got baby kitties. She finally had them last week. Oh, kittens are so cute. Hey, call me Sadie. Good to see you. Hey, Megan. Oh, I'm glad you liked it, Jenny. Thank you so much. Hey, Christina. Good to see you. Hey, Mally. Good to see you. Thanks for being here. Hey, Brandy. Welcome in. Oh, I missed you guys too. Oh, thank you so much, Melissa. I appreciate that. I wasn't sure about it. It took me a while. I had another idea to do it. I kind of wanted to sort of do I like True Detectives opening for their season 1, but it's kind of been done, and I don't know, doing that the whole way is a little bit difficult. So, I mean, I did it, but then I didn't like it, and so I changed it up. So I'm glad you guys like it, but I needed something a little different. You know me, I can't keep it same forever and ever and ever. I can't do it. I think it might be because I'm an Aquarius and we're very contrary. I don't know. Hey, Neat Noodle, good to see you, babe. All right. So let's get into it. Oh, but before we get into it, I lied. Before we get into it, I just want to do a little bit of housekeeping. Okay. We are now officially 6 days behind on the Todd Mullis thing. So we will be behind, but I really want to cover that because I covered the trial. And I got to honestly say, when I covered the trial, I was left with more questions than answers, frankly. And I'm not 100% sure. And I don't have to be obviously it doesn't really matter what I think because at the end of the day, it's what the jury decided. But I did feel there might be a little bit of reasonable doubt. So I have been following it, and I want to go over it with you guys. And I intend to stream the majority of it. Obviously, being behind like that means that we can skip through all of the breaks, the lunches, and just get to it. And then, if things sort of, I can obviously speed up the testimony and stuff, but I want us to hear it because I'm really curious how this judge is going to end up ruling. Is the judge going to say, all right, I do think there might need to be a new trial? So that's what I'm wanting to do. And so I hope you guys, I'm going to do it in the morning, around this time, like 10 o'clock in the morning, and then we'll just go until that day's over. So yes, I'm super interested I've been following Todd. I will say this. When I started watching his hearing, I wasn't ready for his appearance. And I'm going to leave it there and we'll talk about that tomorrow. Okay. So Rachel says, what program do you use? I use several programs. Okay. I use Envato for some of the videos and some of the overlays and stuff like that. I use Envato for that. I use Canva. I use but the whole to edit it all together, that I use CapCut. And CapCut, I gotta say, has come a long way. There's a lot of things that you can do with CapCut that I didn't even know about. And when I don't know how to do something, I just go on YouTube and there's always a tutorial. And so that's what I use. Sadie, I appreciate that. Thank you. Sadie says, I'm glad you're going to cover. Todd, I was waiting for you. Oh, I appreciate that. And thank you guys for being patient with me. Everything is fine. I'm good. Um, it just, struggling trying to find the right time to stream. It just doesn't work anymore for me to do it at night. It's better for me to do it during the day, especially if I'm going to cover trials and hearings and stuff like that. It's better to do it when it's actually happening. I don't really necessarily like being 6 days behind. I would have been happy with maybe 2 or 3 days, but it is what it is. And the bright side of being behind means that you can skip, like really skip. I'm not just skip like the first break in the morning. You can skip all the breaks, which is good. So anyway, okay, Mally, in a nutshell, the case is it happened in Iowa so long ago. Todd Mullis, who is a farmer, called 911 to report that his wife had fallen on a corn rake, and he was driving her right then to the hospital, which he did. And she later succumbed to her injuries and blood loss and ended up dying, at which point they then charged Todd Mullis with, I believe it was first-degree murder, or it might have even been second-degree murder. I have to go back and get all those details for you. But Todd is saying that there is new evidence and that he should get a retrial based on that new evidence. And so it's really the defense, because remember, during the appeals process, the burden switches. So the burden of proof then is on the defense solely. The state doesn't have to prove anything. And all they really have been doing that I've seen is objecting to some stuff, and that's about it. They did make a brief little statement, opening statements. The state did speak at that part of the hearing, but that's what we're waiting for. I haven't seen, because I'm also a little bit behind, but I have not seen them talk about the 911 call yet. Does that mean they are going? I don't know if they're going to or not, because these are his appellate attorneys. These are not the same attorneys that represented him during the trial. During the trial, there was it was sort of hinted at, but never really, they never fully developed it during his defense. So maybe what I'll do tonight is I'll go live and we'll do a catch up. How about that? That way, if you don't know the case or you've forgotten the case, you can catch up, and then we'll be ready to stream the hearing in the morning. I think that's what I'll do. So that's what I'll do. All right. Hey, Gretchen, good to see you. Gretchen says, I'm watching on my TV, so I won't be in chat too much. Also, please, if I get too loud, just excuse me. My ears have been clogged for days. I don't know what happened. It started out when I was all stuffy and sick, and it just hasn't gone away, and I'm not exactly sure what to do about it. It's really driving me nuts. I feel like I'm in an airplane, when they're landing or whatever, and your ears get all clogged up or whatever, and it takes a while for them to pop. That's how I feel. So anyway, that's what's going on. But today we are going to watch Donna Adelson. Now, I'm going to say there is a part in this hearing where I somewhat have sympathy and empathy for Donna, but here's the caveat to that. It's so difficult for me when somebody lies, then they become a liar. And it's hard for me then I have to side-eye everything. This is why parents teach their children not to lie, because once you lie, then everything you say after that then people don't always believe you, right? So there is a part in it, I will tell you, she talks about a couple of incidents that happened while she's been incarcerated. She has been in the Lee County Jail in Florida since her arrest in November of 2023. Okay. And there were a couple of incidents that have happened since she's been incarcerated. But basically, what she wants is a bond hearing. This is a bond hearing. She's wanting bond. So it's going to be up to the defense to explain to the court why she should be given bond. And the reason why the state is like, no bond for her is despite being 75 years old, and that's a lot of the arguments from the defense center around her being elderly. Well, here's the deal. Donna was arrested at Miami International Airport. She and her husband, Harvey, had 2 one-way tickets to Vietnam via Dubai. Dubai and Vietnam, neither one of those countries have an extradition treaty with the United States, which means they are non-extraditable countries. They won't help. She gives a reason for all of this. We're going to get into it, but Donna takes the stand. We're going to get into it. So let's just go ahead and start. Without further ado, here is the bond hearing. Oh, but it's 3 hours long. And so just in the interest of time, I'm going to just speed it up to 1.25. It only makes it a little bit faster, but it doesn't really make it so you can't understand. All right, here we go. Okay, just one more quick pause because I forgot this part and it's important. For those of you who are not familiar with Donna Adelson and why she is asking for bond, why she was arrested in the first place, it is because the state says that she is part of a conspiracy to commit murder in which her former son-in-law, Dan Markel, who was a Florida University law professor, was murdered. Now, her son, Charlie Adelson, knew this woman named Catherine McBanois and her baby daddy. She was the middle person in between Charlie Adelson and the 2 men that actually murdered Dan Markel. But basically, the murder for hire came about because Wendy Adelson, who was married to Dan Markel, they have 2 children together, 2 boys. She is from the Miami area, and where her family are dentists, and they own a dental practice. She is also an attorney. Her and Dan moved to Tallahassee because that's where his job was at. Well, when they divorced, she didn't want to be in Tallahassee, and she didn't want her kids to be in Tallahassee. And Dan said, "Too bad, so sad. I'm not going to let you just take the boys and move to Florida or move to Miami with your, to be closer to your family. I want access to my children." And that's what it was about. It was all over custody. And now, yes, Dubai is a city. Okay. Yes. Dubai is a city in India. India and Vietnam do not have extradition treaties with the United States. There you go. Dubai is a city. You're right. My bad. So there's that. But that's the gist of it. It was all over custody. And now Dan is dead. He does, it was and I believe that they're all guilty. And I also believe that Wendy, who has said, "Well, I didn't know any of this was happening," I think that's baloney. I think she did know. And I think it's only a matter of time before Wendy catches some charges as well. Now, she did testify in Charlie Adelson, her brother's trial, at his trial, and she has limited use immunity. So she doesn't have full immunity. And I think that at the end of the day, Wendy is going to be facing some charges. And yes, I agree with this. Call me Sadie. Says Donna was the mastermind. Charlie might have been a dentist, but he is not the sharpest knife in the drawer. He's definitely not. And if you'll notice on the thumbnail, that is why I have her like with the Godfather, the puppet master pulling all the strings, because Donna is the one. This was all of her idea. This was all of her plan. She washed money, literally laundered money. Well, I'm going to look it up because they talk about it during this trial, Sarah, or during this hearing about Dubai not having an extradition. I don't know. So let's just listen. I kind of misread what you said. Now I understand what you wrote. So never mind. There's nothing for me to really, you're not wrong. All right, here we go. You weren't saying what I thought you were saying. So here we go.
Again, willing to come back to the witness stand. Please raise your right hand, sir. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth?
I swear.
You may take your seat. You may examine when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Morning, sir. Can you please introduce yourself to the court?
My name is Jason Newlin, Jasonnewlin.
And how are you employed, sir?
I'm an investigator with the State Attorney's Office here in Tallahassee.
So you're sworn law enforcement?
Yes, 21-something years.
Okay. And as part of your duties with the State Attorney's Office, have you been trained in reviewing calls made from the Leon County Detention Center?
Yes.
Okay. And is that through Securus?
It is now, yes.
How does that system record inmate calls?
How does it record? That's usually proprietary stuff, but I know the inmate they register an account, they set up a password, and then to complete a phone call, they have to go through a process of using their PIN, calling the number. Each party is advised the phone call will be recorded, subject to monitoring, and then the called party has to accept the phone call before it's completed.
Before the call can be connected between the two parties?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the inmates are given its PIN number?
The inmates pick their own PIN number.
Okay. And the inmate has to enter that PIN
At some point during the process, yeah.
And is that intended to ensure that the calls are tracked by the inmate making the call?
That's the intent.
Do you know whether or not an inmate's PIN can be used more than once simultaneously for calls? So if an inmate is using their PIN to make a call, that call goes through, can someone else use that PIN?
I do not.
And the Securus system, it's a digital system, the quality is very clear, correct?
Sometimes it's rough.
I would just like to point out that we do know that inmates have shared their PIN with other inmates in other situations. There is a whole ton of calls that were made from using Letitia Stouck's PIN and, her with Global Telling, my voice is my password. And they were calls made for other inmates. And she actually we heard calls that she made for other inmates. So it does happen. There's all kinds of cracks in the system and there's loopholes. There's ways around all this stuff. It's unfortunate, but it is what it is. All right, let's keep going.
That depends on the inmate and the called party.
And the device used, you have the tablets and you also have the phone booths themselves.
Now this system is designed to intentionally record these calls, correct?
Yes.
And it records those calls from call acceptance to termination.
Correct.
When does the call terminate?
Usually when both parties hang up.
Now, are you familiar with the Securus Call Platform, SCP?
I'm familiar with how we access it. I'm not familiar with the intricacies of Securus, though, no.
Right, but you've been trained on accessing that in order to collect the calls.
Yes.
Now, are you familiar with a feature that Securus offers that they call covert alerts?
I'm familiar with it.
Did you create any covert alerts concerning Charlie Adelson, Donna Adelson, or any other individual that Charlie Adelson called?
I've never created one for any case.
Now, subsequent to Charlie Adelson's conviction, did you create a report that's 24 pages in length based on the calls that Mr. Adelson was making from the jail?
I did what I refer to as an extraction of the Securus information for a specific time period, and it produced a report.
Also, this is not just a bond hearing. This is a pretrial hearing that it deals with the bond issue, but there's also other issues. For example, if I remember correctly, I hope I do because I don't want to say this and be wrong. But if I'm wrong, please correct me in the chat. One of the issues is that Donna's defense team is trying to keep out are some phone calls. They're saying, Donna's defense is saying that some of these calls will be privileged. I'm not exactly sure how that works, but we're going to hear about that too. So here we go.
Your Honor, may I approach the witness?
You may.
I want to approach and show you what's been marked as, for identification as defense 1. Take a look at that. Do you recognize that document?
I do.
Okay.
Yes.
And full 24 report, that's an excerpt of that, correct?
Correct.
Aside from it being reduced in size to reflect what is relevant for the proceedings today, is that an accurate reflection of the report that you generated?
I believe it is, yes. If this is going to be the same one we've had prior communication about.
Yeah, this is, I emailed you 2 different excerpts, one last week and one, I believe, 2 days ago.
Yes.
Your Honor, at this point in time, I would move that into evidence as defense 1.
Is there an objection to defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted at this time.
If you can give that to the judge, I'll give you a copy.
Thank you.
Now, there is a phone call that colloquially has been referred to as the open line call, correct?
There is, yes.
And that's a call that was made July 7th, 2023 at 14:57:01. I believe it's call 562 on that report. You familiar with that call?
Yes, I am.
You have an opportunity to listen to that call.
Recently, I glazed over it a couple days ago, but not the entirety of the call. I just want to make sure I had the same call again.
Okay. And may I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Oh, sorry, Your Honor, let me correct myself. It's not July, but November 7th, 2023.
Call me Sadie. I actually really like this judge. This is the judge that presided over Charlie Adelson's trial that I watched,
The second file
and I appreciate
on
him
this
a
file
lot.
drive, labeled jail call enhancement for assessment. You recognize that to be the jail call issue?
If this, I believe we sent this to Keith McElveen to see if he could enhance the open portion, yes.
And then the second call, one I identified for you on Monday. Number 547 at 6:38 a.m. on November 8th of 2023.
Yes,
You had a chance to review that call as well?
that one I did review.
I'd like to start with the open line call, which is call 562. Would you agree, thank you, would you agree that that call, according to this report, Exhibit 1, is 26.12 minutes in length?
Yes.
I'd like to play, Your Honor, I'd move into evidence call number 562 as defense 2.
Any objection?
No, sir.
I'd like to just play approximately 8 minutes of that call. May I publish?
You may.
Here we go, y'all. Jail calls. Love jail calls.
Hello, this is a prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recording call, press 1. To restate these releases, secure it. You
Yeah, sorry about that.
No, but
Investigator Newland, that recording that was just, the recorded voice that was just heard, is that the recording that you referred to earlier in your testimony?
The notification to both parties
Yes.
that you're being recorded, yes.
I heard what you said, and the chief, and then it just went.
He was supposed to be the same guy who said he was going to call Dan back when I first got here, we'll call him back. But Chief's back, and he's the chief of the whole jail. Just come by and check me out.
So wait a
that.
He has not been there yet.
He has not, but the psychologist, the PhD, whatever, she came by, and I said, like, he was looking outside the window, you know, he just out into the hot, and it's like, here, you're sitting at like a what? One, yeah, like a big down I had before, but I could look out the window and it's a hot. Here, it's like a box. So you can't see it, there's a mirror, they can see in and you can't see out.
Is it Dan get this guy to come sooner? Did that be
She's back once the fucking jail, I don't care about what her call is. Hey, it's gonna come tomorrow.
And I'm sure the psychologist thought you were fine, so it's just a matter of waiting for that and figure the chief.
Yeah, they get the record for and then, you know, all the Navy, all. I got 33% off on my phone. In the afternoon. It's okay, we're 15%, so you switch the little battery and take her on, and then I probably get that. It's like, you know, you just isolate them, you see it, yeah, move around, of course, yeah, and that's all. It's like, you're doing the opposite of what I would be at home. Right, to the situation.
I know, but all right, it sounds like if it's not today, they'll do it tomorrow, you know, but hopefully today. But then I'm in a rush, you know, you're in a rush, you're in a rush.
And I was like, you know, just managing up all this happens now, like, take it out and rolls around and stuff.
I know.
So, like, the solitary, I mean, I get why I do it, but this is like, you know, they can trust me, it's a day, on like a plastic box. I rolled up my mattress upstairs and brought it down here, and my bed sitting in a box. It's a 3 feet by 6 foot box. For all the center of the room, where I used to walk back and forth, middle on, and I just like walk up and then around the bed and then back.
And it's the same story with like the shut off the phone before, not till 6:30, that's all, is that every year? Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm like,
Okay, I have to pause for commentary. I want you guys to do me a big, huge favor and pay attention to what you hear, obviously the words, right? But what you don't hear, okay? Because Donna's team is going to argue that Donna has a situation with her respiratory system where she breathes so heavily that when they are on a call together, the attorney frequently has to yell to Donna so that she can stop talking so that the attorney can be heard. Now, I don't know about you guys. This is not that great of a quality of an audio. Let's be clear about that. But they've cleaned it up, yes. But I believe if there was heavy labored breathing, as the defense claims, that we would be able to hear this. Okay, Donna, every time I watch this, I get even more irritated. And we haven't even got to the most dramatic part yet. Here we go.
Just checking in. Okay.
Andre just checking in with me. Okay. I thought that's not there. Yeah. Yeah. It's like, it's working hard. It's still not happening. I thought he had left. Thank you very much for your day. I can still write up. You know, so whatever it is, if they open up an inquiry, they ask the judge. Okay. The investigation. You know, he said this is maybe the kind of thing. Yeah. 9 months from now, the juror writes something stupid. Why, and they investigate, and they find out, like, and then they find out something, and then they will open it, and then it can possibly lead to an appeal. You know, I think the judge let a lot of stuff in to the case, and he did that because he didn't want an appeal. You know, he did the judge rules, I guess there's no appellate issues that can come up, like that guy, Hank, Anderson or whatever. You know, I guess the harder the judge rules on the issues that are the trial, the more likely there's to have appellate issues. Here the judge is in favor of the defendant, the more likely there's to have appellate issues. Yeah. You see what I'm saying? Yeah, thank you. Thank you. So, my general feeling, this is just my feeling, I'm not a lawyer, but my feeling is that he ruled, if, you know, if anything, he gave the the benefit of the doubt because he didn't want it to be a felony. Is that what I think? Well, I mean, he made that comment to me that the judge ruled in our favor a number of times. You know, he let us bring stuff in. I either said it or I heard it, that he meant it, that there's not going to be, you know, what things to say that we're not wrong. I mean, you have to either say that the judge did something, didn't give your due process. You know, if you're going to do anything improper, things improper, right? What's your reason for wanting to trial? If there was an appeal, would it have to be in Tallahassee? You move it.
Let me answer that for you, Donna. All of the appeals go through the court. And since since Charlie was tried in Tallahassee, it's going to go through their court system until it reaches the end of the local level, as it were. And then it progresses the state level. Then it goes to the state Supreme Court. And then it could potentially, I mean, you can always request the U.S. Supreme Court to hear your case. Does that mean they will? No, they pick and choose. But at the end of the day, yeah, the only way that there would be something to move is if there were another trial. Okay. I don't know why you're playing, Donna. Like, did you not do any research? All right, here we go.
I don't understand why they would let you move things. It doesn't. It's blatantly, I mean, look, I have, as I said this to you before, I picked up the phone, but...
Also, this is where, Donna, if the attorneys are listening on some weird off chance that they're just scrolling the tubes and they happen to find this, you might want to instruct your client to sit there and be stoic. Okay. This is not the time. She's nodding in agreement to her own statements on the telephone call. It's not a good look. Get her to stop. Okay. She looks extremely indignant and like, why aren't these people listening to me? Because you're full of baloney, Donna. That's why. Let's continue.
There's a lot of things that we have to do, and we've got a very tight time frame. So one of them involves taking care of some things for Roman, taking care of some things through Steinberg. Chad's been on the phone all day, and Susan was nice enough when I called her. She said, I'm going to gather everything up and I'm going to drive down. 10 minutes before you called, so that she could work with us. We got a couple of hours of stuff to take care of for Roman. So, working on that, and you're going to be okay. You're going to get out of that stupid room. Once you do, you'll start to feel a little bit better. I know that. And when I have something that I do need to tell you, I'll speak again. Okay? So, and then I'll let you know what time to call him. Can you hear me, Joey? Shit. You can't hear me again, right?
Sarah says, well, do you expect her to know much about the legal system and laws when she laundered money by putting it in the wash? Yes. And here's why. Because she's talking about consulting with attorneys. They're at the house right now. So I would expect that she wouldn't know this knowledge. She wouldn't know things like this maybe on her own. However, they've been consulting with attorneys this whole time. So yes, I got nothing for Donna. Absolutely nothing. Yet. I might have something later, but I don't have anything right now. Here we go.
Investigator Newland, at that point, according to recording, Mrs. Adelson realizes that Charlie is no longer on call. Correct?
That's what it appears.
Okay. Now, referring back to Defense 1, that was call 562 at 15:07 or 3:07 and 7 seconds. Does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother back in call number 561?
He does.
And then at 15:08, 3:08 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mom again in call number 560?
He does.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 25 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother the fourth time in call number 559?
He does.
So Jimmy, welcome in, by the way, says, it looks like she hasn't missed any meals. Oh, we're going to get there, Jimmy. Just be patient. Just be patient. We're going to get there. Yeah. Donna. All right, here we go.
And then at 15:13 or 3:13 and 51 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt to call his mother a fifth time in call number 558?
He does.
And then again, at 15:22 or 3:22 and 33 seconds, does Charlie Adelson attempt for a second to call his mother back in call number 557?
He does.
Were calls number 557, 558, 559, 560, or 561 successful?
They were not.
And why is that?
I do not know.
Is that because his PIN was already in use?
I don't know the answer.
But does that indicate to you that Charlie Adelson had been disconnected by 15:07 and 7 seconds, or 3:07 and 7 seconds?
Yes.
Now, call number 547. According to Defense 1, that call was made at 6:38 in the morning.
Yes, it is.
And you indicated earlier in your testimony that you listened to that call recently.
I skimmed through the initial 60-plus minutes to the portion where we had a situation as the call we just listened to.
So, Your Honor, I'd like to introduce Defense Exhibit 3 and publish. And I'm only going to publish very briefly.
Any objection from the state?
No, sir.
Defense 3 is admitted.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right, let me slow it down. This is another call.
Hello, this is prepaid collect call from an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, Please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number to accept charges and...
I would just like to say briefly that do you see the amount of warnings that you are that if you receive a call from somebody who is incarcerated at the Lee County Jail, there's a lot of warnings, a lot of warnings. It even says, hey, if you think that this should be a private call, then you need to hang up and follow these other directions. I mean, it gives you all like, come on. This isn't new technology. A collect call is not new technology. This isn't something fancy schmancy. It's not a video visit. I mean, we know that, Aunt Brenda had a very difficult time, baby. She couldn't get on the video visits. She needed Amy Lang's help, whatever. Okay, this isn't that. This is just a regular call on it's not that difficult. It ain't that deep. But here we go.
And consent to this recorded call, press 1. To thank you for using...
Again, in defense 3, did we just hear that recording saying that it was going to be a recorded call?
Yes.
I'm going to fast forward and I'll start this at 57 minutes and 13 seconds.
Yes, like that, look at I'm getting other things. What else can we have done? Anything else that we could have done that we didn't do? And now we had the best. So we had the choice of something, we had the best. And we had Tallahassee. And I don't listen. Listen. Charlie, can you hear me? Charlie? It's almost an hour.
So at that point in time, approximately 58 minutes, a little bit past that, do we hear Donna realize that Charlie's no longer on the call?
It appears, yes.
Okay, so now for me personally, what I would be more interested in hearing, and I'm curious about, is we've listened, if you've been on my channel for any length of time at all, or Allie's channel, or Melissa Jade's channel, you know that we've played like 11 billion jail calls from one Letitia Stout, okay? And when a call is ended, regardless of who's the one who ends it, you hear at the end of each call, thank you for using Global Telling. I'm not sure on those. I think that all of them kind of work the same. So what I'm curious about is I'd like to hear other calls played where there isn't a kerfuffle or an issue, to see if those happen as well, if it happens like that as well. Just to know, because if that's the case, then I don't know what Donna's beef is here. Like, I don't know what her issue is. It is what it is. Like, there are a ton of calls between Charlie and Donna before the trial, like when he was, awaiting trial. Probably not so much during the trial, but definitely after the trial. Like, come on, lady, you know how the phones work. Stop playing with these people.
Inhabitants involved, and yes. Should I can't, so I'm supposed to hold Dan, but that's right.
What we're listening to now, Investigator Newland, is approximately An hour and 2 minutes and 50 seconds is when that portion of the recording started. At this point, we're at 55 seconds.
I don't have a private line. So they need to hear me tell Dad to call Annie, or they're gonna hear me tell Ed? They might as well do this. I mean, what's the option? Or are they cutting him? No? No, not necessarily. But I'll tell her that there's business and possible to be close to about, and we can call.
I think I got the wrong timestamp there. Just give me a moment.
Yes, Neat's correct. Not all places use global tel. I think it's global tel link or I don't know, or global tel inc. But there's usually whichever, I can't remember what they said they were using, whichever service they're using. Usually when the call is disconnected, it tells you, thank you for using whatever the heck this is, whatever company it is. Like they're notified that the call's been disconnected. But I'm curious about that. I'm not sure if that's how this one works. And I think if the state, I don't know. I just want to hear those other calls. But now I'm thinking, I mean, I could always request them, right? But now I'm thinking they might not release them because they might be part of Donna's trial. I don't know, but I can find out. Let me know if you guys would be interested in hearing their calls. I am interested in hearing them just for my own self, but if you guys want to, let me know.
I'll call you when I get off, so I'm gonna call. Maybe I'll call her before Wendy comes. I'll call her, Charlie calls her, I'm gonna get off, so, yeah. So the things that we wanted for him, we'll talk about in more detail later. So our phone first, you need to come here, but I realize that, you know, most of everything we can do, I'll have to tell them we're leaving the country. They're not recording my phone. If they are,
They're not recording my phone. That's what you just said on the recording, correct?
Followed by something if they are something.
Now, as with the calls on November 7th, after disconnected at about 58 minutes into that call.
That's it, Securus. Thank you, Bullshot.
In call number 546 at 7:38 in the morning.
I gotta catch up with you here. So that call was the call on November 8th.
Correct. So we were talking about call 547. That's the one that was just introduced.
Okay, so 6:38, that call was made.
So 546 did.
Yes.
And that would be on July 8th.
November 8th.
I'm sorry, November 8th, 2023 at 7:38 in the morning.
Yes.
And did that call connect?
Does not appear.
Call number 545, November 8th.
Also, keep in mind that obviously there's 11 billion warnings, right, before you accept a call, okay? I think the issue with these calls that they're talking about right now has to do with the fact that you can hear Donna saying she's not talking to Charlie. She's talking to other people that are in the room with her, like she's at home. And she's saying, we're going to leave the country. And we're going to have to tell Charlie. And I guess the defense is like, no, these calls don't need to come in because the people she's talking to in that room are her attorneys. I think, if I remember right, that's what the deal is.
23 at 7:40 in the morning. Did that call connect?
Does not appear to.
And these are call number 546, 545, 544. Those are from Charlie to his mother.
Correct.
Call number 543, November 8th, 2023 at 7:44 in the morning. Did that call connect?
Three is, it was 744, 745. Neither one of those connected.
Okay, so 544, 543, those did not connect.
They did not.
And those were from Charlie to his mother.
Yes.
And then call number 542 at 7:52 in the morning.
Did not connect.
Call number 541 at 7:54 in the morning.
Did not connect.
You're right, Sarah, but I just can't remember who else was in the room offhand.
Now I'm going to take a step back.
Yeah, let's take a step back. I listened to this live when it happened Wednesday, and today's Monday. That's a lot of sleeps in between. And also, I watched a couple of movies, one of them being Nosferatu. We'll talk about that after all of this is over because that's not what you came to hear. But I just, yeah, I can't remember, which I probably should have done a little research before I went live. Sorry about that. Again, that's the kind of professionalism that you'll only find here at the Ward Case Studies. Let's continue.
The call that Charlie Adelson made was to his mother's cell phone, correct?
That is. That, yes, that's what it appears to be.
And you've been on your cell phone when the call drops, correct?
Yes.
Okay, now, there could be a number of reasons for that, right?
Yes.
It could be because of tower issues. Could be because of battery issues.
It could be numerous issues. Yes.
Or it could be that the person on the other end just hangs up.
Could be.
Those are termination of those calls, correct?
For one end of it, at least.
And when that happens to you, does the call continue or just stop?
A little too technical for me, to be honest.
Well, you've been on the phone and realize that somebody's not there. You look at your phone, it says call failed.
Yes.
Okay. Or there's just nothing on your screen.
Usually when the call fails, you get a beep beep and it's done.
But that's if it fails on your end, correct?
Yes.
So you've been on the phone, on your cell phone, talking with somebody. You didn't realize that they got disconnected. You're still talking, right?
Yes.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Right. Okay. So let's talk about this for a second because Patricia, and thank you guys in the chat, Phoenix. Thank you so much. So basically, here's who was in the room on when the phone call was taking place. She said, Phoenix says, which by the way, welcome Phoenix. She said her husband and the husband of her friend / or lawyer's husband were also there. Now, Patricia says, Donna's husband, Harvey, was in the room with her attorney, Dan Roshbaum. Harvey being there negated the client attorney privilege, which is why it's allowed. I agree. See, I think it should be allowed. I think that, look, Donna, just because for whatever reason you made some, admission that you never intended for them to hear, then that's not their fault. That's not law enforcement's fault that you don't know how to work a phone. Okay. At the end of the day, it's my personal belief that sometimes in situations like this, I'll just say it like this. The universe has a fantastic way of balancing things out. Okay. And little things like this, where Donna makes this admission, and it's because they were monitoring those calls that she was then subsequently arrested at the Miami International Airport before she could even board that flight. And I think personally that the final straw in that scenario and why they waited is it's one thing for somebody to purchase a one-way ticket. Okay. That's a red flag, right? However, people do things on emotion right? So it's possible, and this is, I'm sure, what law enforcement was thinking. It's possible that they made this purchase of these plane tickets out of emotion, right? But they had to wait and see if they showed up, because it's not the buying of the tickets. That in and of itself, people buy plane tickets all the time. It's whether or not they show up at the airport and intend to board that flight, which is what they did, which is how they got them, or how they got Donna. Harvey is not in trouble as far as I know. I've listened to all of the trials, and I don't. To me personally, I'm not 100% clear on exactly what Harvey's role in all of this really was, if any. They don't make, they don't really talk. Harvey's not brought up a whole lot. So we'll see. All right, here we go. Oh, no, babe. I'm sorry to hear that. I hope you get answers and
So with
figure out what it is.
calls 561, 560, 559, 558, 557, as well as calls 546, 545, 544, 543, 542, 541, those don't connect with Donna Adelson because Securus is still recording, correct?
That's too technical for me. I don't know why they don't connect.
Is Securus still recording?
It is, yes.
Nothing further, Your Honor?
Cross-examination.
Yes, sir. So when a call is made from Leon County Jail to a person receiving that call, both parties are alerted that that call is being recorded before that the person receiving the call can accept the call and talk to the inmate. Is that right?
That's correct.
Okay. And it also lets the receiver of that call know that they need to hang up in order to not be recorded, right?
Correct.
Are there hundreds of calls between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson while Charlie Adelson was in custody at Leon County Jail?
I would say there's thousands.
I know that you haven't heard all of the thousands, but in most of the calls that you've heard, besides the two we've heard today, does Donna Adelson properly hang up the phone at the end of the call?
Yes, the ones that ended properly, yes.
And there you have it, folks. She says thousands. I say 11 billion. It's probably somewhere in the middle.
And the defense showed you while Donna Adelson was still on the line on her and Charlie's previous call, on these open line calls, that there appear to be several attempts by Charlie Adelson to try to call her back.
Correct.
If her phone is still on the previous call, and she's not looking at her phone, could it be that she doesn't see that the Leon County Jail is calling her, is attempting to call her back, but she doesn't see her call waiting, but she's not looking at her phone?
That's a possibility.
And in one of the recordings the defense plays, she says she seems to be not sure that they're recording her. She says, they're not recording my phone. If they are, and then it was cut off.
No, there's more to that conversation.
Okay.
We didn't hear.
In that part that we heard, does she seem to be unsure of whether her phone can be recorded or not? When she says they're not recording on my phone, if they are.
Yeah, I'm not following the question here.
Okay.
I would object to calls for speculation.
I'll allow Ms. Dugan to clarify her question before an objection or answer is given.
Let me just ask then, the portion that you were played by defense counsel, in that portion, did Donna Adelson say, they're not recording my phone, if they are?
Yes.
On the open line call, that the first one that the defense moved in, that where Donna Adelson talks about fleeing to a non-extraditable country, and other information in this case from November 7th, if Donna Adelson had properly hung up, would the recording have stopped?
Yes.
And there it is. It was on, as my kids used to say when they were little, it was on an accident. She definitely did not mean for that to be recorded. She was careless. In my estimation, I believe it was the universe attempting to balance the scales, that she didn't properly end the phone call.
And we would not be able to then hear the conversation that occurred in her home.
No.
Did law enforcement, or did law enforcement do anything to keep her from hanging up?
No.
And when I say law enforcement, I mean the state.
No.
Right. So basically what obviously you guys get this, but I have to pause for commentary. So basically what she's saying here is it's not like the law enforcement had a search, like a wiretap on Donna Adelson's cell phone, and they were just listening to her calls, right? No. This was the jail where she was warned 11 billion times, other times, and including those 2 calls, because she'd been talking to Charlie Adelson, and there were thousands, 11 billion, tomato, right? Where she got the same warning every single time. And that's the argument. That's it. That's all. Like, I don't know what her defense is. I mean, they're doing their job. They got to try to keep some of this stuff out. But at the end of the day, Donna, bruh, you said it. It is what it is.
Have you ever had a call with a friend where all of a sudden you can't hear the person and they no longer are able to hear you?
Yes.
And the call has still been pending there on your phone. It wasn't call failed.
Yes.
Would you then need to hang up the phone to ensure that the person on the other end wasn't just hearing your conversations as you went about your day?
Yes.
Thank you.
Before we move into redirect, Mr. Zellman, I do have a question. I'll allow both parties to follow up. Investigator Newland, based on the records that you have in front of you, are there any instances or do you have any knowledge of there being disconnected calls prior to November 7th of 2023?
Not at this moment. I would have to go back and look.
Both parties may follow up as the court's question if you desire to do so.
No follow-up.
Briefly. And so, as you sit here today, you're not aware of any other similar situations happening in the thousands of calls.
Not in the ones that I've listened to now.
But you could pull a report that may or may not show calls consistent with what we presented here this morning.
Yes, I can go pull a report.
And if that's what the court is asking, you could do that.
I can.
Okay.
I would like to point out this. I don't know if what law enforcement gets is the same as what you get when you request the calls. I can only tell you that when we have requested Letitia's calls, okay, we get it comes in a with a player, okay? So when you extract, because they come in a zip file. So when you extract the files, you click the player, right? All of the calls from that month come up, okay? Even the calls that you're not allowed to hear. So the ones that you're not allowed to hear have like a red dot by them, and the ones that you can hear have a green dot, okay? You get the phone number that was called, and you get sometimes it'll tell you like disconnected, and it'll give you a reason. Inmate hung up. Caller hung up. No, inmate hung up. Out of money. You'll get a reason why the call and who terminated the call. Like if it's the other party who hung up, right? You'll get, I can't remember exactly what term it uses. And the only reason I don't remember is because Allie and I were particularly interested in the times that Letitia hung up in the middle of a call with Amy Lang and then pretended like it was the jail's call or phone that did it. Their system, messed up. No, it literally says inmate hung up. It also will say, call terminated out of funds, stuff like that. It tells you why. So what I'm saying is I would imagine that law enforcement gets that exact same thing. And so the defense needs to quit playing with these people out here. You can go back and look and see at the end of the day, the jail, nobody did this to Donna. Okay. She simply didn't hear Charlie anymore, assumed that the call had been disconnected and didn't disconnect the call properly. She didn't hit the end on her phone, right? And she continued to talk and they were not completely disconnected. It is what it is. Nobody did this to
Now,
Donna.
when an individual such as Charlie, an inmate makes that call, makes a call, he's using his PIN as we established earlier, correct?
Yes, he's using his PIN when he makes a call, yes.
Now I'm going to show you, are you familiar with the Next Gen Secure Communications Platform?
Next Gen Secure, I
So
guess
when-
not.
When you download the calls and it goes into a folder on a drive or your computer, you have to click on the Show CD icon, and that pulls up a web browser, correct?
So you're talking about when I extract a
Yes.
set of calls, it gives us an email, it gives us a download, and the download has 3 or 4 folders in it.
Yes.
And those folders contain all kinds of stuff, so yes.
Mayor, may I approach?
You may.
This is not marked. You familiar with that?
Now, this has made me curious because when Ali and I get the calls and I extract the calls, they also come with a lot of folders. Perhaps as research, I shall go back and click on those folders and just see what's in those folders. Here we go.
I've actually never looked at this.
Now, earlier we talked about call numbers 547, 546, 544, et cetera, et cetera. I'm going to show you call number 562 on this document. Take a look at Defense 1. Is the information consistent with what is on Defense 1?
This one indicates call part. So there's a little bit more details in here.
So
And
when
it's-
call number 561, 560, 559, did that indicate account in use?
It does.
Now, during the portion of Defense Exhibit 2 that we listened to, prior to Mrs. Adelson realizing that Charlie is no longer on the call, is there any discussion about the phrase non-extraditable country?
In the 11.7 or the 11.8 call?
11-7.
Oh, I'd have to go back and listen to it again. I know it was talking about getting out of the country and stuff like that, but I'd have to go listen to it again.
At any point in any of those calls, and this is probably more relevant for the bond, does Mrs. Adelson indicate she's not returning? Does she say she's not coming back?
No, but the 11.8 call, she did say that she's going to have to tell Wendy we are leaving the country. There was no indication of coming back from that.
Just a moment.
I mean, to be fair,
Nothing
there.
further, Your Honor?
Hold on a
You may
second.
step down.
To be fair, on that call, the portion that we got to hear anyway, there's no indication either way. There's no indication that they intend to return. There's also no indication that they don't intend to return. It's just simply not discussed. So that's that. All right, let's see who else is next.
To accommodate Mr. Toomey, we will take the one witness as to the Arthur aspect of this at this point. Ms.
His name was Mike Hayden.
Should invoke the rule for any witnesses that are here for the bond hearing.
That's fine. Please step outside and do not discuss your testimony with any other party if you are here for the bond portion of the hearings today. Please raise your right hand. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take your seat. Please speak loudly and clearly, Mr. Hayden. You may examine Ms. Dugan when you're ready.
Say your name and spell it for the record.
Yes, Mike Hayden, M-I-K-E-H-A-Y-D-E-N.
And where do you work?
I work for Yes Care at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Can you say that one more time?
Oh, at the Leon County Detention Facility.
Okay, and what do you do there?
I'm the Health Service Administrator
How long have you been health service administrator there?
since January of '24.
Can you tell me a little bit about your education, your training and experience for your position?
So I'm a registered nurse. I have 5 years of experience in healthcare administration, so starting progressively from director of nursing up to health administrator. I'm currently a travel health service administrator for the company.
Okay. What type of medical treatment can be provided at Leon County Jail?
So we are basic life-saving, so we are limited to advanced life-saving, but anywhere from wound care, chronic care medications to emergency management.
Are there people in,
I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time hearing.
I apologize.
Mr. Chairman, I'm just going to mute you for now. If you need to get involved in some way or make an objection of some sort, at that point, you may unmute. Please continue, Mr. Stephen.
are there people with very serious medical conditions in Leon County Jail or who have been in Leon County Jail, even as serious as cancer? Okay, and with the medical staff, does Leon County Jail have their own site?
So we have dental assistants, we have dentists, LPNs, CNAs, RNs, we have mental health professionals, psychiatrists, mid-level, so a nurse practitioner, and a doctor, medical doctor.
Is there a nurse on site 24/7?
Yes.
The doctor and the ARNP, those would be the folks that can prescribe medications or refer a person to a specialist. What are their hours there?
So they're Monday through Friday.
Okay, like a normal business hour,
Normal
8 to
business
5?
hours.
Hey,
Are they
Sprinkle
on call,
Donut,
though,
good to
for
see you,
those
babe.
hours?
Yes.
Okay.
Drive
What about
safe.
inmates having a medical emergency? They're unconscious, heart attack, stroke, uncontrolled bleeding. What happens then?
So we refer to the outside emergency room. So we're basic life-saving. So CPR, we can do CPR and things like that until EMS can arrive and can take to stabilize.
Okay, but anyone can say this person needs to go to the hospital,
Yes.
not even if a doctor isn't there on site?
Correct.
Okay. Do inmates have like a call button in their room where they can alert COs if they are having a medical emergency?
In some of the cells in the medical unit, yes, they do.
What about non-emergency requests? How does an inmate make a request for a non-emergency treatment?
So they have paper forms, and it's healthcare request forms, and they fill those out and they hand them to the nurse during med pass.
And the nurses are then the people who review those?
Yes.
If the nurse decides that an inmate needs to see the ARNP or a doctor, will they facilitate that?
Yes.
If the nurse decides the inmate needs to see a doctor, are the inmates then able to see the doctor, usually within a day or two?
Yes.
Okay. Even if it's on a Saturday, they might wait to see the doctor on Monday unless it's an emergency?
Correct.
Okay. I guess that's obviously depending on the nature of the request.
Yes.
Okay. In your experience, is that turnaround as far as I have this issue and I'd like to see a doctor, is that typically faster than people out of custody are able to get an appointment with their doctor?
Yes.
Does Leon County Jail provide treatment for elective procedures or things that an inmate would like to have treatment for?
So what we do is qual, and that will be, it's a system of showing medical necessity. So if there's a request, if the patient requests anything, you will see the provider, they'll assess the need, and they push it up to our utilization management team. If there is a need, then they will facilitate.
So a medical necessity?
Yes.
Okay. If Donna Adelson was seen by medical staff or is seen by medical staff for a medical necessity that they can treat, will they treat it?
Absolutely.
If it's not something that the medical staff at Leon County Jail can treat, will they get her care from a specialist for that necessity or take her to the hospital for that necessity?
Yes.
Have the medical staff evaluated her ailments listed in her motion to determine whether those are necessities or not?
Yes.
And have you had an opportunity to review her medical records before court today?
I have.
Has medical staff observed through any of her appointments any hearing loss that was noted in the medical records?
Nothing noted in the medical records, no.
Have they noted any sort of medical necessity when it comes to having her needing to see a specialist for earwax removal several times a year?
No.
If for some reason that was deemed a necessity in the future, would they facilitate that?
Absolutely.
But at this point, they've said they don't notice any hearing loss.
Correct.
Was after Donna Adelson complained of shortness of breath, was a chest X-ray done?
Yes.
And did it show that her lungs were clear, so to speak, nothing abnormal?
Yes, it did.
A negative X-ray. Was she given like an inhaler treatment of albuterol, though, because of her complaints of shortness of breath?
Yes, so she's had available, they had ordered albuterol treatment since 2023, but recently she reported that she'd had kind of an exacerbation or worsening of that. So the provider, when she listened to the lungs and the liver cleared, she did order a scheduled breathing treatment for a few days. I think it was 5 days total.
Okay, the breathing treatment being the albuterol
Yes,
medication
to
that you
help make
inhale?
open.
Okay, but they did do a chest X-ray to see if maybe something
addition.
more was at play here, and nothing was there?
That's clear, yes, ma'am.
Okay. Donna Adelson complained of pain in her left shoulder arm area. Was an x-ray done of that area as well to see whether there was any fractures, dislocations, something that she needed further treatment for?
Yes.
And was there any fracture or dislocation seen on the x-ray? Was that a no?
No.
Did medical staff give her some range of motion exercises she could do to possibly help with her pain in her shoulder?
Based on notes, I think the limited range of motion was the provider's assessment of it, so there was noted that she had limited range of motion, and that's what indicated the need for the x-ray, just to see, where we were at.
Okay. So they did notice the limited range of motion. They did the x-ray, and the x-ray was negative?
Yes.
Okay. And did Donna Adelson report mild pain to the provider on February 3rd, 2025, regarding her left upper extremity with a limited range of motion?
Yes.
If either of these x-rays, be it the left upper extremity or the chest, showed need for further treatment, that showed that she does have this necessity that needs to be addressed, would the jail have gotten the treatment that she needed?
Yes.
Let me ask you a couple of other things. Throughout her medical records,
Judge, I'm going to object at this point.
What is the basis?
The basis of the objection is we were provided late last week, with a stack of medical records that are from the jail facility regarding Mrs. Adelson. We inquired as to what the lawful process was used in order to obtain those medical records, and we never got a response from the state. And before this hearing started this morning, I asked if they were going to introduce the medical records, and they're not. But it's clear that they've had discussions with this witness about Mrs. Adelson's medical records. They did not give notice of issuance of a subpoena so that we could object. We're not aware of any search warrant that's been given. Our client certainly didn't sign a waiver anyway, so it appears that they have unlawfully obtained the medical records of our client, and this witness's testimony should be stricken from the record and no further testimony allowed.
Student response?
I was not aware that they did not get a response from Mr. Newland about how these were obtained. I can ask Mr. Newland what exactly his subpoena issuance entailed to get the records. I reviewed them this week since I was in trial last week, and the witness has obviously reviewed them because he's the medical administrator and would have access to them regardless. I am not moving them into evidence because I know if they're moved into evidence, then they're obviously going to be all of her medical records into evidence. I just plan to ask the witnesses about them as far as the certain things that are relevant to the motion.
So we do not have to prolong this. Mr. Hayden, if you can step down for a moment to determine how the records were obtained. As part of the motion for setting bond does go to sufficiency of medical care. In that way, if Mr. Hayden has knowledge of the care that has been given and what has taken place concerning your client, he is permitted to testify to that. As to any other records, if there's a lawful objection that you wish to make, that will be addressed. Please bring in Mr.
See, this is why I like this judge, okay? Because he's not going to entertain these, and I'm not saying that the defense is they're doing their job. This is what they're supposed to do. This is not like anything negative towards her defense team. They're doing their job. But what I appreciate about this judge is that he's really no nonsense. At the end of the day, part of the issue why the defense is claiming that Donna Adelson should be given bond is that she has health issues that are not being properly addressed or cannot be properly addressed and taken care of by Lee County Jail. Okay. And therefore she needs out. Okay. That's one of the issues. That's just one. Okay. But like Lisa said, basically they're saying, let's discuss Donna's health issues, but you're not allowed to talk about her health or her health care. Like, come on. This is ridiculous. I get what they're trying. I get why they have to do it. I understand all of that. But at the same time, like these are the issues you're bringing up. So we need to address them. Either we're going to address them or we're not going to address them, but we're not going to halfway do it. Okay. Like, get it together.
Thank you.
Yes. Now please bring the nurse back in.
Could I have a couple of questions I could ask Mr.
And also, just to be fair, okay, and just to be clear, is Donna Adelson receiving quality care? Yes. Is she? In fact, I would argue that Donna Adelson is being seen and treated far more quickly than the average citizen who isn't in a facility, i.e. jail.
Mr. Hayden, while he's on his way down, that don't pertain to the medical records?
That's fine.
Okay.
Please take the stand again, Mr. Hayden.
Just because I know we're on a time crunch with the witness on Zoom. Does the medical staff at Leon County Jail practice evidence-based medicine?
Yes.
What does that mean?
So for medicine, evidence-based is all the peer review, so past studies, it's what every medical professional should be using in the community. It's just based on prior trial and error resources, studies, research.
Do they, does that mean that the doctors not only aren't just listening to what the inmate is telling them is wrong, but they're also looking at ordering tests, looking at x-rays, observing the patient to see if they also have any other evidence besides what the inmate is saying is wrong?
Yes.
Okay. Why might that be important to do at a jail?
Well, the majority of our patients lack the knowledge or education about their personal health. Many of them have never been diagnosed with things, especially mental health disorders. We found people have cancer and never realized it. So it's important that the providers use the community standards and evidence base to make sure we're providing the appropriate care.
Do inmates at the jail, could inmates at the jail also have a secondary reason or gain as to saying that they have some sort of medical issue that they may not really have?
Absolutely.
Is that as far as being able to get out of custody, being able to go stay in a hospital or a treatment center as opposed to being in custody at a jail?
Or attempt escape, yes.
Okay. And so is that an...
Wait a minute. Wait. Back the milk truck up. Are you saying that inmates lie? No. Look, we know Letitia did. She had everything. Like, they would take her for a mental health evaluation and she'd check all the boxes. Yes, I have all of the things. I do. I have anxiety. I disassociate. I have DID. I have maybe potentially bipolar. Mania. Yes, definitely have mania. Yeah. Can't sleep, can't eat, all the things. Yeah. Inmates are people. People lie.
Important reason why the jail staff turns to x-rays, their physical observations through their evaluation of the patient, or any other evidence that they can point to see that there is some medical treatment or medical necessity there.
Yes, I can't speak for the jail staff, but as far as the healthcare staff, we use evidence base to ensure that we're providing adequate care.
Okay. And does the jail prescribe narcotic pain medication?
No.
Okay. So the pain medication that Donna Adelson and other inmates receive for pain is over-the-counter type medication.
Correct.
Jail not to prescribe narcotic pain medication?
So that is something that usually most jails and facilities don't because it's a currency, it's highly abused, and it can cause safety issues within the facility.
So someone could say they need it and they don't really need it to support some type of addiction to it?
Correct.
Or even if they do really need it, it could cause other inmates, they could cause them to be a target by other
Yes.
inmates? I think that's all I have.
Are you planning to go any further examination on the line that you were inquiring of before, Ms. Dugan?
No, sir.
Step down, Mr. Hayden. Oh, I'm sorry, before you do, please, cross-examination by the defendants.
Good morning, sir.
Good morning.
You coming here today, did you have an opportunity to discuss the medical condition of Mrs. Adelson with anyone at the state?
Outside, right here.
Okay, and who did you speak with here?
You can
Female
say-
prosecutor was just questioning you? Okay. And the medical records that were provided to the state attorney's office, did you review all of those?
I did.
You did. When did you review those?
Over the course of, just knowing she's a patient of ours.
Okay. You testified, I want to make sure I understand correctly, the prosecutor just asked you about the button being in some units where if there was a medical emergency that the inmates could alert the staff that they were having a medical emergency. Did I understand your answer to be that those are in some of the cells in the medical unit?
Yes, ma'am.
Not in the other units?
Correct.
Okay. And you indicated that the way that an inmate is supposed to request medical care is there's a form that they're supposed to complete, correct?
For non-emergent health care.
Right.
Yes.
Okay. And do you know how within the staff at the jail those are given to the inmates?
Yes, they're provided by custody staff, and the nurses also carry them.
Okay. Are you aware from the records that you reviewed that Mrs. Adelson actually requested most recently on February the 1st when she was cut on the metal of a washing machine in the unit that she actually requested The nurse who was present inside the pod, in the annex where she was, she requested a form so she could make a request for a Band-Aid, and they said they didn't have any. Are you aware of that?
I'm not aware of that, but I do see that she placed a sick call request and she was seen.
Ms. Fulford, before you continue, I believe you just objected to the state in any way referencing the records that you appear to be cross-examining on now.
I thought you were asking me to do my cross, Judge.
I am asking you to do your cross. However, if you are going to examine the witness concerning the records you're objecting to the state using, the state, that will be available to the state on the topics that are raised.
Then I don't want to cross until we find out how they got the records, because my cross is all about that.
Okay, so Phoenix says, why is she so fast talking and aggressive? Who's the show for? Donna? Did she pay them that much? Okay, to be fair, I can speak to her tone. Her tone is aggressive because that's just her tone. I don't have any control over that. But I have sped the testimony up to 1.25. So that is why she appears to be speaking a little faster than she probably normally would. I'll turn it down so that you can see the difference. I just wanted to do that in the interest of time so that you guys, we're only an hour into a 3-hour testimony. So I just thought that would save us a little time. But here we go. I'll put her on regular.
Please bring in Investigator Newland. Mr. Hayden, you may step down. Not yet. Please step
You're not
down for now.
excused, sir. They finna bring you back.
Investigator, you remain under oath. Ms. Dugan, you may inquire as to how the records of the defendant were obtained as to her medical records.
How were the medical records of the defendant obtained?
By subpoena.
Let me go up to the microphone. Who did you subpoena?
Yes Care.
Is that a company who maintains the medical records for the jail?
I believe it's the medical oversight for the Leon County Detention Facility.
And
Oh,
what-
wait.
do you remember the
Hold
day
on a
that
minute.
occurred?
I said Lee County, and it's Leon County, I think. Let me look that up. My bad, you guys. I'm sorry. Here we go. That is just a side note for me.
So there's been twice that this occurred. We had a hearing previously, several months back, a while ago, after transport, where we had to subpoena the records, and yes, I brought those with them then. And then last week, I got asked to draft another subpoena for records for this hearing, and that was the extent.
Was that by Ms. Kappelman or Mr.
Yes.
Toomey?
My understanding is Mr. Toomey advised Ms. Kappelman to have a subpoena drafted.
Okay, so she's asking him questions, and he says, I need a subpoena, and so then you did the subpoena?
Correct.
Okay. And then was the subpoena sent to Mr. Toomey? Or to Yes Care?
To Yes Care, yeah, which he's the representative of.
How long did it take to get the records back after the subpoena was sent?
I honestly don't know if we have them back. I haven't seen them, so I don't know.
Any other information you can give us about the subpoena process?
That's it.
Okay. Do you know if the defense, if we did receive a copy of the records, would they have been sent to by Ms. Kappelman's assistant?
That's standard. Once we receive it, we'll put it in discovery and provide it, yeah.
Okay. Did you have any conversations in the last week or two with the defense about the subpoena process?
No.
Okay. Anything else from the court?
I have no other questions concerning this. Does the defense have any questions as to the subpoena?
Yes, could I have just a moment, Judge?
What do you need a moment for? Lord. Turn your microphone off. What are you doing? Is this your first day? We shouldn't be able to hear this.
Prior to obtaining the subpoena, did you give any notice to defense attorneys on behalf of Ms. Adelson that you were going to seek her medical records?
No.
Why would
Were
they
you
need to
instructed
do
to do
that?
that by anyone in the state attorney's office?
No.
Is this just typically the practice that you use, obtaining medical records without giving notice to the defense?
No, my understanding was Mr. Toomey said, please provide me a subpoena and I will bring the records with me to the hearing. That's the extent of what I understood to occur.
I don't have anything further at this witness.
What's the issue? What is the issue here? Okay, she is presently incarcerated, which now I need to go edit the description, at the Leon County Jail, right? Is it? I'm going to have to look this up. She's at the jail, okay? I cannot remember which county it is. She's at the jail, all right? Jails all contract out typically with a third-party provider, okay? In this situation, it's yes, okay? That's who their contract is with, that provides the medical care for the people at the jail, the residents, the inmates at the jail, okay? If they want the medical records, it's not like Donna needs to sign a release of those. They can subpoena them. She belongs to the state at this point. Lord. Thank you. Call me Sadie. I'm going to fix it. I'll go fix it in the description in a minute. All right, here we go. I don't understand the issue here.
Stephen, do you have any other examination
waste
as
of
to
time.
the subpoena or the obtaining of records?
No, sir.
I
Miss
meant to
Stepdown,
say Leon. It's
investigator.
my bad. I'm sorry,
Mr. Hayden, if
guys.
you can take the witness stand once again.
I'm going to go fix it. My bad. Hashtag more professionalism.
Concerning the examination of Mr. Hayden, I will rule the following. Any knowledge that he has based on his independent review of the records as a member of the jail staff providing medical care to the inmates, if he has knowledge of the defendant's records, he certainly may testify on that basis. If the defense is continuing to object to any use of the records by the state today, that will be handled as a separate matter. However, as well, if there is going to be cross-examination as to the specifically objected to records, that is going to open the door on any redirect topics raised. You may continue your cross-examination at this point.
Thank you, Judge.
I fixed it. It says Leon County now. My bad, you guys.
You
Sorry about
indicated in your
that.
testimony that you, at the jail, the health care that's provided would be for basic life-saving techniques, is that
As
it?
far as emergency, yes, ma'am.
Just for emergencies?
Emergencies, yes. We
Okay.
don't have advanced life-saving medications. They have to be sent to the emergency room.
Okay, and you also indicated in your testimony that the medical care provider, the doctor, I guess, who it is, who may be treating an inmate who's requested medical care, makes their decision based on evidence, is that right?
Evidence-based practice.
Okay, and your evidence-based practice, your testimony could be what they observed with the particular inmate and other evidence as well, is that right?
So evidence-based practice is, we use a standard, like community, the same level of care that you would get in the community is what we provide.
I'm sorry?
We use community-based practice, so the evidence, it's based on evidence-based practice.
And the evidence that you would have is whatever the inmate is providing to you, correct?
Well, so
No, listen, lady, this is not that complicated or not that deep. Like, have you never been to the doctor's office? So if you go into a doctor's office and you're complaining that you're having chest pains, okay, the doctor is not just going to diagnose you with something based on what you said. They're going to send you for tests, all kinds of tests. That's what he's talking about. It's not that deep. I don't understand what your issue is or why I don't know. It feels like you're being intentionally obtuse. And now you're getting on my nerves.
basically what it is if someone has heart failure, there's a system that we use to make sure that that patient is being cared for appropriately based on the indications, what the illness does to the body, things like that. So it's a standard way of practicing medicine.
On that practice, then, the standard way of practicing medicine, if someone tells you they're experiencing shortness of breath, you said an x-ray was done because she made that complaint, correct?
She was assessed, and then the provider also added the x-ray to that, yes.
Okay, and that's something that should be done as part of a normal, right? If someone says, I've got shortness of breath, you should get them for an x-ray. That's part of what should take place,
Yes,
correct?
ma'am.
Okay.
And that's what was done. So what's your issue?
As part of the medical care that's provided by your company, Leon County Detention Facility, do you all do steroid injections in the spine?
No, that would be something that would be sent out for a consult
And
to a
do you-
specialist.
And do you do that without court order?
To provide care?
Yes,
Yes, we can provide care without a court order.
you do. That's the policy at the Leon County Detention Facility, that if a specialist is required, you will send the inmate out without a required court order if it's a non-emergency
We
situation.
send people out for non-emergency consults
Okay, great.
almost daily. Yes,
Great.
ma'am.
And as far as the hearing issue goes, you said that the decision about not doing the procedure within her ear, that's because you all don't provide it?
Currently, we just got this request in. This is something that is new to us. We never had any history or any records of that. When she made the issue, when she put the request in, she was assessed by the provider, and the provider saw nothing on her assessment. Not to say that if there is an actual need, we can accommodate that. We can coordinate her care.
So that was a recent request as far as you understand?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't have anything further.
Redirect examination.
Recent as in the request as to the ears occurred in February
Correct.
of 2025.
So recent is, based on her medical history that she reported at the time she was looked in.
Okay. And the
Oh,
and the
that's
doctor,
important too.
did
Let
not do-
me just address that really quickly too. So when Donna Adelson was arrested, okay, they do an intake and they speak to her and they ask her about her any medical issues that she's having, anything that she's being treated for. Okay. For example, she were a diabetic that required insulin. Okay. Like they ask those questions. Donna is not getting, maybe she's not getting the kind of care she wants. Okay. And that happens. Sometimes, even when you are a regular everyday citizen out free in the streets, sometimes you don't get the care that you want. It happens. Okay. She's not special. Nobody's doing this to Donna. They're not keeping her from getting care. This is so ridiculous. I feel myself getting out of control. Let's keep going.
Noticed any hearing loss at that time, or didn't
Based
note
on
any
the-
hearing loss.
Right, based on her assessment.
Okay. And every time the doctors have reported that her respiratory system appeared clear. She appeared to have no issue receiving air.
Correct.
And her oxygen levels, her pulse oxygen levels were always around about 98. Is that normal to be like between 96 and 100?
It's in the normal ranges.
Okay. For the cut that she received on Saturday, February 1st, she ended up receiving Neosporin and a Band-Aid for her cut.
Yes, and then they followed up, I believe it was a week after, about 7 days after the initial assessment, the skin protocol was initiated, and they found that there was no signs and symptoms of infection, and at that time she was educated to report any signs or any worsening of the condition.
And she did receive a tetanus shock.
It is
Just in
Queen of
case.
Hearts. I
That's
just
all.
need a jelly
Yes, that
donut.
sounds good.
That's what I need in my life right now. Is a
Let's
jelly
resume
donut.
with the suppression aspect of this at this time.
Judge, may we be excused?
Your excuse. Have a good day.
Thank you.
Let's resume with the suppression portion at this time. Does the defense have any other witnesses or evidence it wishes to present as it relates to the burden in this matter?
Yes, Your Honor. Defense will call Donna Adelson.
All right, here we go,
Please
you
come up to
guys.
the witness stand, Ms. Adelson. Witness stand. Please raise your right hand as best as you can. Do you swear or affirm the testimony you're about to give will be the truth? You may take a seat. Please speak loudly and clearly. You may examine Mr. Zellman when you're ready.
Thank you, Your Honor. Just a moment.
Okay, let me just say this right off the bat, okay? Because when I saw this, oh, what happened? Hold on a minute. Why does it say this is weird? Hold on. Let me make sure I'm still live. Just give me a second. Oh, it was just a little glitch in the matrix. It said that I was live, but it also said that I had 0 people watching, and yet I can see you guys chatting. So I was just a little concerned. I like to make sure. Okay. Now I watched this live. All right. When I watched Donna get to the witness stand, all I could picture in my brain, and I tried to get this for you guys, but they didn't have a good one that I liked. You know that moment in The Lion King, the original, the animated one, when Scar's like, he's got his paw over his head and he's very dramatic and he says, "Oh, the humanity." This is what that reminded me of. the way that I mean, look, you're limited in movement when you're shackled at the ankles. I get that. The shuffling had to occur. It was the dramatics of ascending the step to get on the witness stand, needing two people to help her. All of it was very, very dramatic, in my opinion. She's annoying. All right, here we go. OMG, hold on a minute. I got to stop this. I got to push pause just a second. Just please indulge me. I haven't seen my Wolfie in a month of Sundays, at least 11 billion. Hey, Wolfie. Good to see you. Hey, Shaggy. Good to see you too. Yes, Patricia. Let's address this as well. Patricia says, and watch her. She has no problem breathing. She actually keeps her lips together all the way through and no problems hearing what's happening. She's a liar at the word case studies, a big liar. She's very dramatic and extra in a way that, frankly, I don't enjoy. Now, y'all know I enjoy people who's extra, but I do not enjoy. Hey, ATS, good to see you too, babe. I do not enjoy Donna's brand of extraness, okay, at all. Although, I will say, it does make for a good roast, which we shall be doing. Here we go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Can you please state your name for the record and make sure you speak in the microphone?
Yes, Donna Adelson.
Now, I want to direct your attention, we heard the call earlier. The call on November 7th of 2023 at about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, and for the record, that was call number 561. Do you remember where you were?
Yes, I was in my apartment, in my living room.
Do you remember who was present when you got the call?
Yes, my husband, Harvey, and friends of mine, my attorney, Susan Brotman, and her husband, Richard Chagrin.
You said your attorney. What kind of law does Ms. Brotman practice? Or did she?
She does estate planning.
Was Ms. Brotman present at your apartment for the purposes of providing you with legal counsel?
Yes, she was.
And do you remember what she...
Okay, because the chat is just hilarious today, and for you guys on the replay, like sometimes you need this when things are going sideways and we're having somebody that's being extra in a way that we don't enjoy. We need the chat, and the chat has come through. Shaggy says, she looks tough as a moose. She could probably beat me up. I'm not going to disagree with that. She does look tough. Violet says what we're all thinking. I'm surprised she didn't shake, rattle, and roll or fall for a bit more extra. I thought that she was going to do what Letitia did when she took a tumble and rolled. I was shocked that she didn't do that as well. I would like to thank the chat for providing this commentary because we need a little bit of humor. Look, the situation is really sad. What happened to Dan Markel is a travesty and a tragedy, and it was disgusting the way that they just decided that his life didn't matter. Okay, this family, all of them. I don't know what Harvey's role is. I think Harvey was like kept in the dark about it all because I feel like Harvey might have been the one to be like, no, we're not doing any of these things. We'll figure it out, work it out another way. Maybe we'll move to Tallahassee, whatever. But at the end of the day, this family, the Adelsons, just had no respect, regard, or placed no value on Dan Markel's life. And that is disgusting. And they should be punished. The end. All right, here we go.
Even the call from Charlie?
Yes, of course.
And where was Charlie at the time?
So he was in a room by himself. It was after the conviction.
Was he in jail?
He was in jail.
Okay.
We're never going to get through this because everything she does is so like, I need to say something about. Okay. Let me just say this. Donna, you may not like where Charlie was, but it is protocol that after you are found guilty, particularly of a crime of this magnitude, as Charlie was, that he was put on self-harm watch. That's protocol. It's for the inmate's own protection. It is what it is. He might be upset about it. He might not like it, but I'm going to tell you what my dad used to tell me when I was a kid. Don't do the crime if you can't do the time. Because I would be constantly coming up to him and asking to appeal my sentence. I no kid ever wants an extension of their sentence. Most kids want a reduction in their sentence. And I would come to my dad and I would make a good appeal case. And he would tell me, no, don't do the crime if you can't do the time.
What did you do when you saw that Charlie was calling?
Answer the phone?
And you heard the recording that we played earlier?
Yes.
And you agreed for your call with your son to be recorded, correct?
Yes.
As the call was happening, do you know at what point Charlie was no longer on the call?
No, only when because I was talking, and then all of a sudden I asked him something, and I said, Charlie, do you hear me, Charlie? And I said it a few times, and he didn't respond anymore. And I knew the call was over.
Now, in the course, during the time that your son was incarcerated in Leon County Jail, did that happen more than, was that a frequent occurrence?
Yeah, it happens. It happens a lot, unfortunately.
Okay. And would there be times when you didn't realize at first that he was no longer on the call?
Yes.
Where in your apartment were you when this happened?
So I was in my living room.
And you heard your voice on that first call, phone number 562, when you repeated, Charlie, Charlie, are you there?
Right.
Did you believe the call had ended?
Yes.
And in times prior to this, what would happen after that? What would you do when that would happen?
If he didn't respond anymore, that was it. The call was over.
And what would you do with your phone?
I'd hang up.
Now, same thing with the call on November 8th of 2023, the one at 6:38 in the morning. Do you know at what point your son was no longer on the phone?
I don't. I don't remember the call.
In either one of those situations, or in both of those situations, did you believe the call was over?
Yeah, the call was over. He was gone.
And you went about your business?
Yes.
Now, with respect to the November 7th, 2023 phone call when your attorney, her husband, and your husband were present at your apartment, did you agree for your attorney-client conversation to be recorded?
No.
Did you agree for your conversation with your husband to be recorded?
No, of course not.
Now, the following day, did you agree for your subsequent conversation with your husband to be recorded?
No.
Just a brief commentary here. There's something about Donna in the way that she answers questions, and it's not what she says so much. I mean, she's answering a question. It's the totality of her as a person. It is the words that she chooses. It's the tone that she uses when she answers the question. It's her body language. To me, and this is just my opinion, Donna comes across as very indignant, as if she has it's like she's almost saying without saying, why am I even here? Don't you know who I am? Are you kidding me? Why am I being arrested for this? Why am I catching these charges? I would never, but I did. You know what I mean? That's like the issue. And it's so infuriating to me that I understand if you're, angry that you got charged, you're angry that you got caught, or even if you are which she's not, okay, but I've seen this too, where there are cases of actual innocence, where somebody actually did not commit the crime that they're being charged. I'm talking about like a loophole or anything. They absolutely are not guilty of the crime of which they've been charged, right? They were not there. They had no involvement, all the things, right? Okay. Those, to me, while they're professing their innocence, there's still like this humility about the situation. Like they realize they are in a messed up situation, right? And a scary situation. And there's like an air of humility about them. There's not that with Donna. And I think that that is like the messed up, rude, foul cherry on top of this messed up, foul cake. It's so infuriating to me to watch her act the way that she does that I cannot. Sometimes I have to take breaks because and this is why I'm glad I'm going over it with you guys, because let me just say, there were many times when I had some outbursts. And Mac and Alice were like, bruh, she can't hear you. None of these people can hear you. Stop interrupting our nap, mother. All right, here we go.
Now, you heard the recording. To consent to this call, press 1. Or recording of this call, press 1. Correct?
Correct.
You hung up the phone after those calls were over.
But I did.
Just a moment, Your Honor.
Yes, Patricia, and there's
Nothing further at this time, Your Honor?
hang on. I want
Cross-examination.
to talk about this comment because there's also this weird thing that exists between Wendy and Donna. Okay. Like, make no mistake, Donna did this for Wendy, right? This is because of the custody situation, Wendy's custody situation, not Donna's, right? But whenever Wendy has testified or spoken about Donna, there's obviously distancing language, but there's something else. It's like a coldness towards her mom that's the only way I know how to. I can't adequately find the right words. I cannot find the right words to adequately convey whatever it is, the vibe that Wendy has when she speaks about Donna. It's almost like she's irritated by all of this. Like, my mom got me caught up in some BS. This helicopter mom, this smother got me caught up in some BS, and I didn't ask her to do it. I didn't want her to do it. I can't even believe she did do it. But it also, while she has that vibe, it comes across as disingenuous. It's like she's acting how she thinks she should be acting for the situation. And it's annoying AF to me.
Good morning.
So there in the room with you during this call was, you said your one of your attorneys, Susan Brotman, your husband, and then also Susan Brotman's husband.
Yes, that's correct.
Okay. And he was not your attorney?
He was not.
Your attorney?
No, he's not an attorney.
Okay. You were informed at the beginning of that call, this is the one on November 7th that recorded you while they were all in the room. You were informed that you were being recorded if you accepted that call?
Yes.
Okay. And that if you do not want to be on that recorded call, that you needed to hang up the call. Is that right?
Are you saying, does the recording say?
Right. If you do not want to accept that recorded call, you should hang up.
If you do not, yeah, no, I accepted the recorded call.
Okay. And
oh, this is a really good question. Call Me Sadie says, Bindi, do you think in a small part, Donna is like Angela Wagner, that she wanted more control over the boys? Oh, I think that what we're seeing, I frequently have compared the Adelsons to the Wagners. The only difference, in my opinion, between Angela Wagner and Donna Adelson is that Donna Adelson had more money. That's it. That's all. I think they're both highly controlling women. I think that they both wanted to control that family, and that they resented the fact that an outsider, so in the Wagner's case, that would be Hannah. And then in the Adelson's case, that would be Dan, that outsiders were having any say in what was going on in their family. And they considered their grandchildren, like all grandparents do. I consider my grandchildren part of my family. They consider their grandchildren part of their family, but do it I realize that I know my role, and these two women clearly did not. I mean, I'm just going to say, speaking as a grandmother, it is sometimes difficult for me to know my role in certain situations, but generally speaking, right, I know that I'm the grandmother and that my daughter is the mom, and it's my job to be the granny and it's her job to be the mom. So I do know my role, but there are some situations that I sometimes have overstepped. And my daughter is very quick to point that out to me. And it's, those things, it's part of the experience of being a family. Like, it's not like I have like a lot of experience being grandmother. And I wasn't close to my mom's mom, so I don't really know like how that worked. I was close to my dad's, my nan and tata, his parents, but that doesn't mean that I necessarily could appreciate how they navigated their roles, if that makes sense. So I just think that these women are just incredibly controlling, and they just wanted to run the show all the time in everything, in every aspect. And they didn't give a rat's fat kneecap how their in-laws felt, meaning Hannah or Dan. It was going to be Donna and Angela's way or the highway. They didn't care. And when Dan and Hannah did not acquiesce, they're like, to hell with them. Let's just end their life, which is disgusting. I can't even begin to wrap my brain around that kind of thinking.
You typically do hang up your calls, you said, after
I think
your call with Charlie Adelson when he was in custody. All right, but this particular call that day, evidently you did not properly hang up, right?
Evidently.
Okay. And have you ever forgotten to press the button on a call before?
I mean, it may have happened. I don't know.
Sure. Has your phone pocket dialed people before?
Has it what?
Pocket dialed people before? When you've been out of custody.
Pocket dialed?
Right.
I don't know what you mean.
Like if your phone is in your pocket or in your purse and it
Donna, what are you talking about? Everybody knows what a pocket dial is. Stop it, okay? Look, you're 75 years old now, okay? But you weren't 75 years old when cell phones became the norm. Stop playing with these people. Ugh. Although I have to say, I should probably give credit where credit is due. She probably was told by her attorneys, and correctly, that be careful what you admit to. And if you're not 100% sure what the state is asking you, say you don't know or ask for clarification. That's, this is the way to not get boxed into having said something definitively. I mean, this is just, even me with my good enough diploma knows this. So whatever. But yeah, props to them for preparing their client, I guess.
accidentally call someone you didn't mean it to?
I mean, that could have happened, sure.
Okay. And you also could have not pressed the button on your cell phone to end a call before, right?
It's possible.
Okay. It's not quite as big of a deal as it used to be when you would actually have to hang up the phone.
Right.
Right. Okay. That's all. Thank you.
Redirect examination.
Briefly, Your Honor. The consent that you gave for the call to be recorded, when did that end?
It ended when Charlie hung up, or when whatever stopped the call. I mean, I don't know how it stopped, but it stopped. When the call was over with Charlie, it was over.
Nothing further.
You messed up, Donna.
All right, help the elderly infirm woman get down from the stand, everybody. We need 2 officers. Yeah, snatch her up there, Mr. Hamlin. There you go. Help her out. No, it was it was a
As to the
estate
burden of
planner,
this
which,
under the precedent established by Smiley.
let's talk about that, Donna. If you, during that conversation, the whole reason that you had those attorneys there was that they're attorneys that do estate planning. Okay, they're not criminal attorneys, right? But in that conversation, you mentioned that you're leaving the country. Now, if you intended to come back, why on earth would you need an estate planner? And don't give me this flim-flam excuse that what if the plane crashes? Ma'am, you flew frequently from Miami to Tallahassee. Stop playing with these people. Did you call in an estate planner every time you visited your daughter when she lived in Tallahassee? No. It's because you absolutely did not intend to return, and you're mad that you got busted.
Versus state in order to exclude what are complained of wiretapped interceptions. The movement has a need to show there was a subjective expectation of privacy in their statements, and the expectation is one that society would accept as reasonable. As to the subjective expectation showing, the defendant has met that burden. It now shifts to the state as to whether this is one that is reasonable. Ms. Dugan?
Yes, sir. I have argument.
You may proceed.
May I provide the court with some case law?
You may.
I've got some argument, and then I'll kind of go through each one of these cases. I provided defense a copy of these earlier this morning. So in defendant's motion, they first argued that this was, a warrantless search. However, the state's argument is that this is not subject to Fourth Amendment, because there's no wrongful state action that caused this defendant to be reported after the inmate was no longer on the call. The only conceivable state action here was the state having this service that allows inmates to make recorded calls. But on those calls, both parties have to consent to be recorded for the call to begin. And if they do not want to be recorded or need to hang up, the state didn't intend to record this defendant's conversation in her home with her husband and friends. And it was the fact that she was recorded was not caused by the state's actions. It was caused by the defendant's actions. The defendant argues that they have a reasonable expectation of privacy in the call, but that would only start once this defendant actually hangs up. And the defendant is the one responsible for hanging up, not the state. The defendant was responsible for the interception of the phone call. It was her failure to hang up that caused that rest of that call to be recorded. It was her action and not the state action that made that happen. The state did nothing to keep her from hanging up the phone and prevent her from hanging up the phone. I think an analogy here would be
I got a perfect analogy. I'll give you a fantastic analogy. Whenever I use one of these videos, I'll show you. Let's see. Let's play. Hold on a minute. Let's play Kai because we do need the likes. Okay, so watch this.
And Kai, when you're on Jen Lou's channel, what do you do with the like button?
Smash, smash, smash. Yeah.
All right. Now, anytime I play a video, even if it's a countdown, like remember when I needed a human moment when we were doing the Megan Boswell trial. And there was like a little thing I put up, like the stream will be starting in 5 minutes or whatever. It was a countdown. While that countdown is playing, my microphone is automatically muted. If I want to unmute it, I have to click the microphone icon to unmute myself. Okay. Well, I had forgotten about that. And I came in to the room and I was moving stuff around because my phone needed to be charged. And I'm sure that you guys all heard the shuffling. That is a user error. That is not on Streamlabs, okay? StreamYard works the same way. It doesn't, like, I'm not going to call Streamlabs and be like, you unmuted my mic, and then they heard me shuffling around and probably breathing heavy, and who knows what else. Probably singing or talking smack. Who knows what I was doing? Maybe I burped. Who knows? Maybe I sneezed. Who knows? Regardless, it's not StreamYard. It's not Streamlabs issue. It is a Bindi Jinlu issue. Just like Donna not making sure that her phone was hung up is on her. The end. Let's continue.
If someone were to say something incriminating in earshot of a law enforcement officer because they think the law enforcement officer can't hear them, If they can actually hear them, then that's on the speaker, because the speaker didn't walk away to talk. That was the speaker's carelessness. The defense also cites Florida Statute 934 and says that the good faith exception doesn't apply because this call was in violation of that statute. But when you look at 934.03, every single subsection of that statute applies to intentional intercepts.
Hi, Shanita.
I provided several cases to the court. There's nothing directly on point here of this situation having happened just like this in the past, but there are a lot of cases that deal with inadvertent recordings. One of the first cases I gave to you is Baronet. This is a U.S. Court of Appeals case from the Sixth Circuit that held that police interception of conversations between the defendants that was overheard when a telephone that was subject to a court-authorized wiretap was inadvertently left off the hook by the defendant. That was authorized under the plain view exception to the warrant requirement. In that case, the state had an actual Title III wire on the defendant's phone. The defendant was on a call and then didn't properly hang up the call. They left the phone off the hook accidentally. And then law enforcement was able to hear the conversation in the room where that phone was located. So when you compare that to our case, there's obviously, a much different type of state action in that case with a wire.
Also, I would like to point out that when you call 911, you're told that the call is recorded, okay? And how many times have we listened to 911 calls? Yes, I'm talking to you, Patsy Ramsey, because she did not hang up, and that was a landline. She didn't properly hang up the phone, and there is a part on that 911 call where you can hear her speaking to somebody else, okay? It happens all the time, okay? Now, if the state ended up they did try to prosecute John and Patsy, but they took it to a grand jury and failed to get indictment. Let's say, for argument's sake, that they did end up getting that indictment. Do you think that they would not allow that 911 call to be played? Of course they would. All of it. Stop playing with these people, Donna Adelson's lawyers.
But regardless, this was a recorded line. It was a legally recorded line where they consented to be recorded. Just like in our case, though, the defendant in that case failed to properly hang up, and that allowed law enforcement to hear the conversation in the room. And that was able to be authorized because of the inadvertent nature of the recording. Another was Otero versus State. This is a third DCA case from Florida where a child accidentally activated an answering machine of a home that she was staying at. And that answering machine recorded the conversation of the mother and the child unbeknownst to either of them. The third DCA found that admission of that tape into evidence did not violate the statutory exclusionary rule found in 934 because 934 prohibits intentional interception of wire communication. And that taping in that case was accidental, not intentional, just like in our case. There's another case I provided to the court, Bell versus State. In that case, a girlfriend began to record her conversation with her boyfriend, who was the appellant. And that conversation that she wanted to record was about money, an argument about money between them. The appellant, Bell, then took the phone from her and kept the phone after the argument ended and the girlfriend left the house. The girlfriend's young daughter was still at the house, and after the girlfriend left, the defendant was intoxicated and forgot to turn off the audio recording. There was then a recording, as the recording kept going, it recorded him molesting the girlfriend's young daughter after the girlfriend left the house. The girlfriend then discovered the audio recording next day and handed it over to the police. The defendant was charged with L&L molestation. In that case, the recording of this molestation was obviously inadvertent, and the defendant agreed with that. Only the first conversation about money was what the girlfriend was trying to intend before the phone was taken from her. And that phone was in the appellant's custody and control at the time of this recording of the L&L molestation. The DCA in that case said that the trial court did not err in concluding that Mr. Bell failed to prove that his girlfriend intentionally intercepted the portion of the recording that took place while she was gone. Unless his girlfriend intentionally violated the statute, he was not entitled to the benefit of the statutory exclusionary rule.
Look, at the end of the day, it's going to boil down to this and this alone, okay? The reason that the Adelsons were caught is because, quite frankly, they thought they were above it. They thought that nobody would suspect them, that nobody would, and they thought they had put enough distance between themselves and the people who actually pulled the trigger that everything would be just fine and they would never be suspected. It is their hubris. It is their her sense of entitlement. It is their sense of they are better than everybody else, right? Or they're better than people that got them caught at the end of the day, period, end of conversation. And I don't want to hear anything about Donna being elderly and not knowing how to work a phone, because if I remember correctly, and I forgot about this until just this moment, but if I remember correctly, at one point, Donna Adelson was in charge of, she was the office manager for the dental practice, okay? And part of being an office manager for any type of practice, be it an attorney or a medical doctor's office or a dentist's office, any office really, they get new systems all the time to keep track of financials, all the things that go with running a business, right? And those are, it's not like she's over there, counting money with a with an abacus, okay? Clearly, there's been much more, there's been innovations, there's calculators, there's all the things, right? Okay. So at the end of the day, Donna, stop playing with these people. You do know how technology works. You got sloppy, you got careless, because quite frankly, which I can't even believe, but even after the fact, this is after Charlie Adelson was tried and convicted, and you knew that they were, paying attention to you, that you were being heavily scrutinized, you just simply didn't give a rat's fat kneecap. You thought you might be untouchable. And at the end of the day, you didn't give an extra rat's fat kneecap because you were fleeing the country.
Because the recording was suspicious. But after she warned him she was going to record him, he took possession of the device that recorded his words and actions. And so the court found that the appellant did not establish that the communications were intercepted under any circumstances justifying an expectation of privacy. I have one more case that concerns the reasonable expectation of privacy. This is the Huff case that I provided to the court, which is a federal case where the plaintiff, a federal civil case, where the plaintiff inadvertently pocket dialed the defendant, which is something that has happened to us all. And the defendant listened to and recorded the conversation she overheard while on the pocket dial call. The plaintiff then brought suit for the defendant intentionally intercepting this private conversation. And in that conversation, the plaintiff was basically having a discussion with his wife and with other people as well in the room. The court ruled the plaintiff's statements did not qualify under Title III because he exposed them to the defendant when he pocket dialed her. But the plaintiff's wife's statements did qualify. She can't be held responsible for her husband's pocket dial. But the thing that I think is most important about that case is the court's holding that a person who knowingly operates a device that is capable of inadvertently exposing his conversation to third-party listeners and fails to take simple precautions to prevent such exposure does not have a reasonable expectation of privacy with respect to statements that are exposed to an outsider by the inadvertent operation of that device. So in that case, the statements didn't qualify as ones that were protected under the U.S. Code. And that's what we have here. We have the defendant failing to take simple precautions of properly hanging up what she knows is a recorded call. So the state would ask that the defense motion be denied.
Final argument on the motion to suppress from the defense.
Yes, Your Honor. There are two cases. I cited a number of cases, and I know Your Honor's practices to review those in addition. There are two additional cases I provided copies to the state that I am relying on. The first is Hentz versus State, 62 Southern 3rd, 1184, and State versus Mozo, 655 Southern 2nd, 1115. May I approach?
You may.
Thank you. So, Your Honor, I want to start with a very general proposition that's important for us to remember. Right to privacy is enshrined in the Florida Constitution. Article 1, Section 23.
You do have a right to privacy, but when you accept a call from a jail or a prison, when you know and you're warned repeatedly that your call is being monitored and recorded, and you accept that call, that means you consent to being recorded. It's not the jail's responsibility. It's not the jail's fault that you don't know how to make sure that the call has been ended. I rest my case. But we still have to listen to it because I like to be fair. So here we go. Maybe he will come up with something that changes my mind, although I doubt it.
Provides the right of the people to be secure in their persons, houses, papers, and effects against unreasonable searches and seizures and against the unreasonable interception of private communications by any means shall not be violated. Article 1, Section 23, Florida Constitutional.
Okay, so also I want to ask this question, okay? Because this is important. Desiree says, and needless to say, let's make sure we stapled with that wet money. I'd like to know why they didn't charge Charlie, because isn't stapling the money, wouldn't that be like, you're not allowed to like alter currency. Like you're not allowed to color on it. You're really not supposed to draw on it, write on it, any of that stuff, right? So why didn't they charge him with that too? Just for shits and giggles. I would have charged him. Just kidding. I probably wouldn't have, but I would have wanted to. I'm petty like that. All right, here we go.
Place in one's home are protected by Chapter 934.
I don't think this point is reasonably in dispute, but go ahead.
Now, the question, obviously, is the objective portion of this test. And Hence versus State, 4th DCA, and Hence is a situation, Your Honor, where an individual was in an interview room at a police department. He placed a call to essentially a co-conspirator, co-defendant, and the recording equipment was powerful enough in that interview room to pick up the other end of the call that is made to Hence.
Again, you are in the cop shop, okay? Why would you, while you're in the cop shop, in an interrogation room, interview room, tomato, whatever, why in the actual F would you ever make a call to a co-conspirator? Why would you make a call to anybody? Why would you be talking at all? Why wouldn't you be asking for an attorney? Okay? User error, poor decision making, call it whatever you want. At the end of the day, stupidity does not mean that your statement should be inadmissible.
Based on what law enforcement heard from the individual's call, the individual who was calling Mr. Hence, they obtained a search warrant for his cell phone. And on that cell phone, they found images that are illegal to possess, as well as other evidence of a crime that the two of them engaged in. The Hence court held that, and another important factor, Your Honor, Mr. Hence was aware that the individual on the other end of the phone was at the police department waiting to speak to law enforcement. Court held that Hence had a subjective expectation of privacy, and his expectation was one society accepts as reasonable. Now, one distinguishing factor I need to acknowledge that, but I submit it's not just possible, is that while Hence did not know that the individual was sitting in a police interview room, whereas Mrs. Adelson knew that Charlie was in jail and had consented to her call with Charlie being recorded. But the oral communication that is protected by Chapter 934 that is at issue here are the conversations that Mrs. Adelson had after Charlie dropped off the call, when she believed the call was no longer being recorded. Conversation, at least with respect to November 7th, is with her attorney and her husband. Both are confidential relationships.
Doesn't the warning, though, about the recording almost directly speak to that issue where,
yes,
I'll read the case that you
yes.
given me about Hence.
Yes.
Although he knew his friend was at the police station, he never received an explicit warning about you may be recorded if you continue on this conversation.
Correct, and I'm going to get to that, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Thank you.
Could you get to it today, quickly?
The testimony, uncontroverted testimony, is that Mrs. Adelson believes she hung the phone up once she realized Charlie was no longer on the call. There's no evidence otherwise. And I don't think it is reasonable to require an individual in a situation like that, I recorded a phone call, let me repeatedly hit the end button. Hit it once, that should be enough. She believed that she ended the phone call.
Right. But let me just say this. If you finna talk about fleeing, and I'm not talking, you were fleeing the country. Let's not mince words here, okay? If you're going to have a conversation about fleeing the country, I think it would behoove you to maybe hit end repeatedly, just to make sure your conversation wasn't being recorded. Okay? Stop it. Ridiculous.
Now, Hence also addressed something else that I think is important. Chapter 934.03 is a general intent statute. It does not require that the state intentionally recorded after one party of this jail call drops off. It's not required. Was the system designed to intentionally record? The answer has to be yes. Investigator Newland testified, yes, intentionally designed to record. Now, the state anticipated that they would argue accident or inadvertence. This is not an accident. An accident is something that doesn't happen frequently. Mrs. Adelson testified that the call, Charlie dropping off the call would happen frequently. And as Investigator Newland acknowledged, Defense Exhibit 3 and Defense Exhibit 1 established, this was not an isolated issue. This happened. The system is intentionally designed to continue recording. Under Chapter 934, I submit that when either side of the call is no longer on the call, that the system has to stop recording, and any additional recording is a violation. That's what we have here. This is not an accident. This is not inadvertent. Securest Technologies system is designed to continue to record after either one of those parties drops off the call. Investigator Newland said that it terminates when both parties hang up. Well, I submit, Your Honor, that that's not what happens. It continues to record, and it is not reasonable. And society is not expecting that somebody sit there with their phone and continue to hit the end button to make sure that the call stops on their end. I think that's unreasonable.
But do you have to continue to hit the end button, or you hit it once? It's disconnected.
Testimony is that she believes she did.
Right. Okay.
Go ahead.
Stop it. Let me just stop you right there, sir. Okay. I have at times, because I'm human, believed that I did something. For example, I might believe that I ended a call, right? But then I look at my phone and I see that the counter is still counting. The timer is on, right? That lets me know, hey, you didn't end the call. You can believe that you did something, but find out that you didn't actually do it. Stop it. Come on. Cell phones are not new. This was not just wasn't just invented and introduced to the public a year ago. All right. We've had them forever.
So, because this is not a specific intent statute, is the system designed to intend to record? Yes. And there's no evidence that this was accidental or inadvertent. This is not a pocket dial, as the state argued. We know that Charlie intentionally called his mom. We know that the system intentionally recorded the call.
Look here.
The state has not.
One time I believed that I put a pot of tea on the stove, or a pot of water to boil for tea on the stove. Okay. Guess what? I believed that I did do that. I did put a pot of water on the stove to make tea. I believed that I turned the right burner on. I walked away from the stove. Okay. And I came back to the stove and I realized that I had placed the pot on the back burner, and yet I had turned on the front burner. Now, whose fault is that? Is that the stove's fault? Stop it. Ridiculousness. This is ridiculous.
Presented sufficient evidence to establish this is not a communication that society is, that there's a reasonable expectation that society would accept that this call is anything other than something that is entitled to protection of 934 and the Florida Constitution.
And we'll review the cases that were presented by both parties before making any ruling. I'll reserve on the ruling as to today. We'll take a brief 5-minute break before we get into the Arthur and bond motion. We'll be in recess.
Not us. We're going to skip.
Bond and also for everyone can be seated. Let's move on to the second part of the hearing this morning, the motion to set bond and also for Arthur hearing.
Thank you, Judge. May I put one more thing on the record for the suppression that I had in my notes and I forgot to say it?
Only one?
One.
Just one.
Just one.
Go ahead.
So in the call that the defense moved into evidence, the call from November 7th, that's in dispute here. At the end of the call, Harvey Adelson says something along the lines of, like the last thing that you hear, something along the lines of, what's this? A call that didn't end. The implication being he must have picked up the phone and saw that the call didn't end. I think this is important to note because had Donna Adelson looked at her phone, she would have seen the same thing. That's all.
Well,
May I have a equally brief response?
I mean, look. This is just, don't you do it, Alice. This is just more indication that Donna doesn't pay attention to what she's doing and that she basically just never considers that she might get caught. I mean, it is what it is. Just say your one thing so we can get this show on.
59 seconds exactly.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Go ahead.
Your Honor, the system, the secure system is intentionally designed to continue recording after the inmate disconnects. And the system knew that Charlie had been disconnected because he tried calling back, and the system reflected, as Investigator Newell testified, account in use.
Let's move on to the Arthur hearing at this portion.
Yes, thank you. Let's do that. Let me fix.
Is the defense wishing to present its argument as to bond, or is the state going to present first as to
this?
Proof of guilt evident or presumption grade?
I'd prefer we do bond first, if that's okay with the defense, just because the state does have a couple of witnesses as to the things they brought up in their motion. And then I'm not calling any witnesses for Arthur. I'll just be moving some things into evidence, so maybe we could do that last.
Mr. Zellman, as to the bond portion of this, do you have witnesses?
We do, Your Honor. State would call Donna Adelson.
Ms. Adelson, you can retake the stand once
Here
again.
we
You
go.
remain under oath. You are sworn to tell the truth.
She's going to be needing help some more. Now, hold on a second. I do want to say this is your only trigger warning. Donna Adelson is about to take the stand. She is going to testify about some assaults. One of them is physical, and the other one is when she was in the shower. Okay. If that is something that you don't wish to hear about, I get it. But that's the only warning I'm going to give you, because I don't remember exactly when in the testimony it comes, but it is in this testimony. So that is your official trigger warning. All right. So let's watch her take the stand again in the most dramatic way possible. Here we go.
You may examine when you're ready, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you, Judge. Ms. Adelson, at the commencement of the hearing on the motion to suppress, you said your name for the record, Donna Adelson. Can you tell the court how many times prior to your arrest for the charges that are pending in this case have you been arrested for criminal offenses?
Never.
And how long were you incarcerated at the Leon County Detention Facility? Do you recall?
15 and a half months, 470 days.
And within that period of time, the 470 days, have you been held in the same location in the Leon County Detention Facility or different locations?
Different locations.
Okay, and your first location was where?
I agree with Neat Noodle on this. Neat Noodle says, could we have some testimony from Securus to say what the system was, quote unquote, designed to do? Yes. Look at Nate asking the important questions. I'm over here making analogies to the time I put tea on the stove. Now, listen, should I call the stove manufacturer and be like, I had a reasonable expectation that I was going to have boiling water when I came in, and through no fault of my own, turning on the wrong burner, now I don't have boiling water and I should make a complaint to the stove company? No, that's ridiculous. Here we go.
First location was in solitary confinement on a direct observation unit.
Do you know how long you were there?
50 days.
Okay. And where did you go following solitary?
To the N pod, like N is in November. It's an open pod, general population.
What does that mean, open pod, general population?
So I was with...
I must make this point. I recall a hearing where Donna was asking to be moved to Gen Pop. She was in a protected wing where she was in solitary confinement for her own protection. And she said, no me gusta. I need to be moved. I'm isolated. I'm lonely. There's nothing that in my history or in the time that I've been here that would indicate that I am at risk for self-harm. please put me in Gen Pop. But please, Donna, continue.
60 some odd other inmates all in one open area.
And you had beds in your room, I assume?
There were each sections off about 10 women. So, and there'd be a cement wall, and then there'd be another 10 women and a cement wall. So it was fairly quiet, actually, even with that many women, because we were separated in small groups, so it wasn't that loud.
Okay, and do you recall when you were taken out of the inn like Nancy pod?
Yes, in August, they said they had maintenance to do, and that we would be moved to the annex, which is a building outside of the jail.
Okay, and so, I'm not going to be specific as to dates, but you were arrested in November of 2023 in solitary confinement for 50 days to whatever date that took you to.
January 9th.
Okay, and then from January 9th all the way through some date in August of 2024.
Correct.
You were in the inn like Nancy pod. And then you said you were transferred to the annex. Can you describe the conditions inside the annex, please?
So the annex is kind of a temporary type building. It's not a brick building. It's kind of like a temporary building, and it's and there are 66 women, all in bunk beds, all open. You're kind of one on top of the next. There's no separation at all.
So one big open room?
One big open room with 66 beds, yes.
Okay. And how long did you stay? So from August of 2024 until when? How long did you stay in the annex?
I was moved again on February 3rd, 2025.
Okay. Okay, and you were here when the gentleman was testifying about the call buttons to alert someone if you're having a medical emergency. Was there one of those in the inn pod?
No.
Was there one in the annex?
No.
Okay. I'd like to start here. The motion for a bond that we filed in this case, as the court indicated earlier, one of the issues that we have raised are medical conditions that you're facing. So I'd like to start with your medical conditions and present some testimony to the court about those, okay?
Okay.
Okay. We're not going to go over every medical condition you've had since you've been incarcerated in the jail, but I'd like to start with one that you have that's causing you some pain in your leg and back area. Okay. Let me just start with this. Can you describe to the court the kind of pain and discomfort that you're having with this particular injury or issue?
Yeah, I know what it is because I've had it in the past. It's sciatic pain, and I get like a pulling kind of shooting pain down my legs.
Okay. And you said you've had it in the past. You mean prior to becoming incarcerated at the Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. And during the course of time before you were incarcerated at the Leon County Jail, did you seek treatment for that condition?
Yes, I did.
And what type of treatment did you obtain for that?
So I saw my orthopedist, and he gave me a steroid injection in my spine.
Okay. How long were you suffering from the sciatic condition prior to becoming incarcerated?
How long, the last episode?
Before you were incarcerated in jail, for how many years had you been suffering with the sciatic issue?
So no, I had it last about 10 years ago. I haven't had it all this time.
Okay.
But then it recurred a few months ago.
Okay. And what was the treatment that you were provided prior to your incarceration for your sciatic condition?
It was the steroid injection, and within 48 hours, it was gone. The pain was gone. It was amazing.
And where did they do the steroid injection? Where's that in your body?
In my spine.
Spine. Okay. Is that an outpatient procedure? Inpatient?
Yes, outpatient.
Outpatient. Okay.
I just wanted to interject and say that, Donna, the kind of pain that you have, right, physical pain, can be treated. The kind of pain that you inflicted on Dan Markel's family is the kind of pain that can never be treated, okay? They can't go to the orthopedist and get a steroid injection in their spine and be relieved and alleviated of the heartache that they are going to experience from now until for the rest of their lives because they lost their loved one. I don't give a rat's fat kneecap about your sciatic pain. And believe me, I know what it feels like. I have it. But I still don't care.
All right. And during the course of time that you've been in the Leon County Jail, did you start to experience the sciatic pain again?
Yes, I did.
And what did you do when you started to experience that pain?
I wrote a sick call, and I went to see the doctor.
Okay. Where do you get these sick call forms from?
From the nurse.
Okay. And when do you have the opportunity to see a nurse with sick call forms?
Well, they come twice a day. They come in the morning and they come in the evening.
Okay. And we'll get to what those times are at a later point. But if you don't get a form from a nurse, is there another way to obtain it that you're aware of?
No, that's the only way I've ever gotten it is from a nurse.
Okay. Do you recall approximately how far into your incarceration you started having the sciatic issues again?
I didn't have it until I was in the annex. So That was sometime over the last, I've been there 6 months. I don't remember the specific date, but I didn't have it before the annex.
Okay, and once you started experiencing it in the annex, did you complete a form to see medical attention?
Yes, I did.
Okay, and as a result of completing that form, did you have an opportunity to meet with someone in the medical center at the Leon County Jail?
I saw the doctor there, yes.
And what happened?
And I explained what I had, and she said, we do not treat that type of problem. We could offer you some Tylenol.
And did they provide you with Tylenol?
They did.
And has that relieved you of the pain that you suffer?
No, it's Tylenol. It's not going to do what I need to have done, no.
Okay. So sometime since you've been in the annex, you made your request for treatment for the sciatic issue. Have you requested treatment more than once?
Yes.
Okay. And have you received any additional opportunities to meet with any of the medical staff regarding this pain?
No.
Okay. What happens when you request treatment and you don't get to see them? Do they tell you that you're not going to be allowed to see them again? What happens?
No. Usually I wait a week, and if I don't hear anything, then I'll write another one, and I'll write, this is a second request, or this is a third request. And then I think they said I think I got an answer. They sometimes just answer it and give it to the pod officer, and she'll hand out papers at night, which is the response to your requests. And on that one, they said you're already getting pain medication for this. That was the Tylenol.
And the pain medication is just regular Tylenol?
Hey, Sam. Good to see you, babe. I'll fill you in chat, okay? I promise. Because we're all coming to the end of this, so I'll fill you in. I promise. I'll catch you up. And I think you have heard. I know me and Dr. B have talked about this case, but it's been a while.
Regular time.
Okay. At some point, did you have an opportunity to speak to someone in medical care regarding a way to resolve some of the pressure in your leg for use of a medical mattress?
Yes. So while I was down with the doctor during one visit, she said, you know what might be helpful, because you're sleeping on metal and the mattress is maybe a half-inch thick, maybe. She said what would help is if I could get a medical mattress for you. I had never heard that term before, but I said, okay, if you think it'll help, that would be great. And she left the room, she went into another room, and then she came back in and said, yeah, I thought that would be a good idea, but they don't have it here, so my best thoughts for you would be to get a second mattress, so it'll thicken it a little bit, and that might give you some relief at night.
Okay. And did you obtain a second mattress?
I did.
And this is while you were in the annex?
Well,
how did you get the additional mattress?
So the pod officer asked one of the inmates to go where they have extra mattresses. They have piles of 20, 30 mattresses there, to go get one of the extra mattresses and put it on my bed so that I had the extra mattress.
Okay. And during the time that you were allowed to have the additional mattress, did you get any relief?
Yes, at night, because I used to get the pains even if I was just lying down. And that definitely relieved some of the pain at night, so that was good.
Okay. And at some point, did they take the additional mattress away?
Yes, so on February 3rd, I was moved out of the annex to protective custody in the main jail building. And since I've been there, the officer removed the second mattress. Okay. She said, why do you have this? And I told her why. And she said, well, you have this. And so they took it away.
Okay. And since the additional mattress has been taken away, have you started to experience worsened pain?
Yeah, it's worse.
Okay. And have you requested any medical treatment for that?
Well, I spoke to the doctor, I don't remember the date, shortly after it was taken away. I was down for a different reason, and she said, yeah, I thought it was a good idea, but if you can't have it, you can't have it.
Okay. All right. Now, the relief that you got when you were able to have the additional mattress, did that completely take away the pain?
No.
Okay.
No.
And do you experience this pain when you're walking, sitting? What?
So, in the beginning, I was just getting it when I was walking. So it limited the amount of walking I could do, but I get it when I'm sitting, I get it lying down, I get it all the time now. So it's not like I have it all the time. It comes and goes, but when it just comes, I could be sitting, I could be standing, it just happens.
Okay. We're going to go into more details about how it took place in a few more minutes, but for now I'd like to talk about, are there any other areas that you are experiencing any pain?
Yes, I have.
So let me make sure that I'm understanding this testimony correctly. You have some physical pain. You asked to be seen by a doctor. You were seen by a doctor. It is the jail's policy not to prescribe narcotics because It puts the inmate who's receiving the narcotics at risk from other inmates because it's considered currency in jail. So they gave you Tylenol. Okay. And at one point, you got an extra mattress when you were in a part of the jail that wasn't a security risk or an issue. But once you were out of the annex and moved into another portion of the jail inside of the jail where it could potentially cause an issue, if you get a second mattress, then everybody's going to be complaining of pain and wanting a second mattress. And let's be honest, there's not enough mattresses to go around for everybody to have two. If there were, then people would have two, right? So what's the issue? You needed medical treatment. You were given medical treatment. You don't agree with the fact that you can't get narcotics or a steroid injection, but them's the breaks. So again, what's the issue here? She seems to be doing just fine. She's able to recall the dates. You obviously spoke to her in preparation for this hearing, correct? Defense attorney, ma'am? You did, right? So what is this nonsense about you? She needs to be out because she can't properly and adequately prepare her defense. Sounds like you guys are doing just fine to me.
I have a problem with my left arm.
And describe to the court what that problem is, what you're feeling, what you're experiencing.
So I have like shooting pain from the top here of my shoulder down the outside of my arm into my forearm.
Okay, and you're pointing to your left arm. Is that the one you're referring to?
It's my left arm.
Okay, and so shooting pain down the arm. Anything into your hands?
Yeah, the pain is like hot. It's like a burning pain, and my thumb, index, and middle finger have gotten like tingling. It almost feels like ants are crawling on them. It's like a numbness of those fingers.
Okay, and is this pain that you were experiencing prior to your incarceration at Leon County Jail?
No.
Okay, about when did this pain begin?
So I was assaulted by another inmate while I was here in the beginning of October.
October 2024?
Yes.
And when you say Leon County Jail?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Since you began experiencing that pain, since October of 2024, have you requested medical treatment?
Yes.
And what has the response been?
They said they would take an x-ray, but in the meantime I could have Tylenol.
Okay. And you said that was in approximately October 2024. Have you been requesting treatment for that pain since October 2024?
Several times.
Okay.
Yes.
And you heard the testimony of the gentleman previously. At some point, did they do an x-ray on your arm?
Yes.
And when was that?
It might have been February 3rd. No, that's the day I moved. It's shortly after February 3rd. I don't know the date.
Was it after you were removed and placed in protective custody?
Yes, it was.
Okay. Is the Tylenol helped with the pain that you're experiencing?
No.
After they performed that x-ray, were you called back into the medical unit?
It was for another reason, but they did call me, and they told me that the x-ray showed no fracture.
Okay, no fracture. That's what they were looking for?
That's what they were looking for.
Did they offer any type of physical therapy for your shoulder, anything at all?
No, I asked if they could do anything for it, and they said no.
Okay.
Tylenol.
All right. Do you have any other medical conditions that you wanted us to address in the bond hearing that you're suffering from?
So I have a hearing issue.
Okay.
I have a problem. I evidently have very narrow ear canals, and so the wax builds up in my ears to the point that, I have officers that say to me, "Are you deaf, Adelson?" When I don't respond to them, it's because I don't hear them. And so I did ask for help in the, I asked the doctor if there was anything they could do for me, and I told her what's normally done, and she said, we use Debrox to soften the wax, and then you come down 3 or 4 days later, and we use a bulb syringe to remove it. And I said, that doesn't work. I need a different procedure. And she said, that's all we can do for you.
Okay. And did you know, based on your prior treatment before you came into the Leon County Jail, that it required something other than the flushing system?
Yes, I did know.
Do you recall the name of the doctor that you saw for this condition?
Yes, I've seen him for years. Dr. Molina.
Okay. And Dr. Molina, how long do you think that you saw him for this condition prior to your incarceration?
I mean, several years.
Okay.
4 years, 5 years, I don't know.
Okay, and during the course of his treatment for you, how often would you go to have the wax removed from your small ear canals?
Yeah, every 3 to 4 months. If I waited longer than that, I couldn't hear.
Okay, and did he use the method, or did he do something different?
No.
What did he do?
He used some kind of, I don't know what it's called, but it's some kind of an electronic device that he puts one end in my ear, and he's able to remove the wax using that device, that medical device.
And in your experience prior to incarceration, when you were having that procedure done, did your hearing improve?
Immediately.
Okay.
Yeah, immediately.
Yeah, push the witness on.
You may.
Mrs. Adelson, I've shown you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 1 for purposes of this hearing, and it's a report from Dr. Molina, your doctor. Could you review that just to yourself for a moment? Okay. Does that describe the treatment that he was providing to you?
Yes.
Okay, and it includes a recommendation that you continue to receive the same treatment, potentially with another ENT in Tallahassee, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. This time the defense would offer Defense Exhibit 1 into evidence.
Any objections to defense 1?
No, sir.
Defense 1 is admitted. You may. Thank you.
During the time that you have, without disclosing any of the conversations, of course, but during the course of the time that you have met with counsel at the jail, have you had difficulty hearing us while we're trying to discuss your case with us?
Yes.
And what about over the telephone? Are you experiencing difficulty hearing us in that way?
Yeah, the telephone is a problem.
Okay. Have you actually gotten in trouble by some of the guards at the jail because they've instructed you to do something and you weren't able to?
Yes.
Has that happened on more than one occasion?
It happens on several occasions.
Okay. And have you experienced over the course of your incarceration that your hearing is getting worse and worse?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. All right. This is not a significant, I'm going to move on to something else now, and this is not a significant injury, but I did want to address this with respect to the type of medical care that you are getting at the jail. Did something happen to you recently where you cut your arm?
Yes.
Okay. Tell the court what happened, please.
So I was walking past the washing machine on my way to the restroom, and I bumped into the, there's like a metal bracket that holds the washing machine in place, I guess, and it was my fault. I bumped into it.
And what happened?
So I cut my arm pretty badly.
So what did you do after you cut your arm?
So timing was it's kind of interesting because the med nurse was there doing morning meds. So I got onto the bleeding wouldn't stop. It was just pouring out. And so I figured I'll get on the line with the other girls and I'll speak to the med nurse. So I waited my turn and I got to the med nurse and she says, "Whoa, what happened to you?" And I said, "My fault. I just bumped into the machine and I cut myself." So she looked at it and she said, "Yeah, that's a problem." I said, "Yeah, can I get a Band-Aid or gauze or something, some antibiotic cream?" She said, "Yeah, I don't have any antibiotic cream and I don't have a Band-Aid." So I looked at her and I said, "Well, what should I do?" She said, "Well, why don't you use your toilet paper and put it on there?" I said, "But it's gushing. I can't put toilet paper on there." So one of the girls saw me and she said, "Oh my God." And she came running over and she opens up a sanitary napkin and she put it on there so that, and it was filling the sanitary napkin with blood. And so another girl came over, she took the bloodied one away and she gave me hers too. And I was applying that. I said to the nurse again, "I'm not going to be able to stop it. Holding this, isn't there something you can do?" She says, "The best I could offer."
Okay. This story sounds preposterous to me. It seems to me that if she was bleeding as profusely as she is describing, right, that she would need a stitch. And certainly a nurse would be qualified to say, "Ooh, this is pretty deep. Ooh, it's, filling a sanitary napkin, as it were, and you need a stitch." I mean, come on, lady, stop it. This is just exaggeration. This is why she's so eye-rolly. I just want to roll my eyes so hard I can see my cat's brain.
For you would be to fill out a medical request form. So I said, "You want me to do that now?" She said, "Yes." I said, "Okay."
And also, P.S., y'all, I am the clumsiest person on the planet, I think. At least top 10, okay? I have tripped over air. I have I'm always got some kind of a bruise or a bump or a scratch or something, and I have no idea how I got it. It's part of I was always clumsy, but I will tell you that as I've gotten older, I am more clumsy than I was when I was younger. It's just only increased. Okay. Can you imagine if I ran to the doctor every time? Like, come on, Adelson, get it together, lady. You got a scratch. You're fine. Stop it.
Hey, can I have a medical request form? She says, oh, I don't have any. I said, well, what am I supposed to do? And she said, I don't know what to tell you. She's maybe the night nurse.
Okay, so this was just a couple of days before you were transferred to protective custody, correct?
Correct.
Okay, but do you recall it was on Saturday, the 1st of February?
It was a Saturday morning, yes.
Okay, and so about what time of morning would this have been if this was the morning med nurse?
It could have been 9 or 10, somewhere in the morning.
Okay, and when she told you that she didn't have any sick call forms for you to request a Band-Aid, and you would need to get it from the night nurse, approximately what time does the night nurse come?
So the night nurse comes anywhere from 11:30 to 2:30 in the morning.
11:30 p.m. to what time?
2:30 a.m.
2:30 a.m.
Right.
And in the meantime, you were supposed to use the feminine pads?
I called my husband. He told me to elevate my arm, to wash it, try to wash it frequently, just to keep my arm. And that's what I did. And one girl brought over toilet paper, but that was sticking to the wound, so that wasn't good. So I kept borrowing sanitary pads to hold it.
Okay, and at some point, did the night nurse come?
Yes, she came that night.
Okay, and what happened when she got there?
She didn't have a Band-Aid either.
Okay.
She didn't have antibiotic ointment either. And I said, this has been going on since early this morning.
Judge, I'm sorry to interrupt, but I just turned around and noticed that some of the state's witnesses have re-entered the courtroom. We had previously invoked the rule for the bond proceeding.
All right. For anyone who is here to testify concerning bond, please step outside the courtroom. Ms. Dugan, is any witness you're intending to call currently in the courtroom?
I don't see any. I'm calling Ms. Wilson and Deputy Collins.
Please continue with your examination, Ms. Fulford.
Thank you. So the night nurse came, and the night nurse didn't have a Band-Aid either?
No antibiotic, no Band-Aid, and no, the form that I was told to ask her for, the sick call form. She said, I don't have them, we haven't had them in a while.
The night nurse?
The night nurse.
So how were you supposed to request, according to the night nurse then, how were you supposed to request assistance?
So I was actually fortunate because there was a sergeant with the night nurse. She accompanies the nurse when she comes there. And she took a look at what I looked like, and the night nurse said, yeah, that's a problem. And so the sergeant said, I'm going to make sure you get a Band-Aid, and I'm going to make sure you get a form. You'll get it by tomorrow. When I go back with the night nurse, she said, I'll run some off on the machine, some copies, and I'm going to make sure that you get it.
And did she?
The next morning.
Okay.
The next morning I got it.
From the sergeant?
From the sergeant, yes.
Okay.
So let me just get this straight. You were bleeding so profusely, right? But yet you're here to talk about it, and you didn't get a stitch or multiple stitches. You're just so, and you're alive and speaking about it. So you didn't pass from exsanguination, for Pete's sake. Come on. You're a mom and a grandmother, and you don't know how to take care of a boo-boo, like Lisa Dempsey pointed out. Absolutely. Agreed. Ridiculous. This is just utter poppycock.
Okay. You got the Band-Aid and the call nurse?
Yes.
Call form?
The call form.
Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
You may.
Yeah. Adelson, I'm showing you what the defense has marked as Defense Exhibit 2. Do you recognize what's in that photograph?
Yeah.
And what is that?
That's a few days after I got cut, and that's the clear Band-Aid that they gave me to put on top.
Okay. After you got the bandage to put on over your wound, did you get additional medical treatment for the wound?
So no, not then. About, I don't know how many days later, but when I went down to medical a few days later, they said, how long are you wearing this bandage? And I said, I don't know, 4 or 5 days, whatever it had been. And they said, this should have been cleaned and changed every day. Why didn't you have that done? I said, I don't know. This is what they gave me to put on, and that's what I did.
Okay. The photograph, does that truly and accurately depict what your injury looked like the few days after it occurred with the bandage on it?
That's what it looked like.
The defense would offer Exhibit 2 into evidence?
Any objection to defense 2?
No, sir.
May I approach?
You may.
And at this follow-up visit, then did they change your bandage and clean the wound?
They cleaned it and they put antibiotic cream on it, and
Okay.
I changed it, yes.
And did you get any additional treatment for the wound?
No.
Did you request that you get a tetanus shot?
My husband said, Donna, there was if rust on that metal, which there was, he said, you should ask for a tetanus shot.
And so did you request
So
it?
I requested it and they did give it to me.
Okay. And then, as far as your medical conditions go, the last thing I want to talk about is
Hey,
something
Lily,
that,
good to see you.
You have two different descriptions of, but I'm just asking the questions. You're the one providing the information to the court in your testimony.
Okay.
So this shortness of breath or heavy breathing that you're experiencing, how long has that been going on?
It's been going on several months, probably at least 3 months, I would think.
Okay. And you're experiencing it then during your incarceration. Did you have it prior to being incarcerated?
No, I did not.
Okay. What have you noticed about the breathing and how would you describe it? Shortness of breath, heavy breathing, what?
First of all, Ms. Defense Attorney, ma'am, why are you giving her multiple choices? It's her breathing. And she's clearly quite articulate. Why do you need to give her, options on how to describe how she's feeling, for Pete's sake? Come on. This is so ridiculous. By the way, and I have to agree with Patricia Burns, who says, notice her breathing and hearing is just fine. It is just fine. She is on top of that microphone, and they have clearly boosted the audio in the courtroom itself. Like whoever is in charge of the feed obviously has a mic. Okay, because we can hear all the things. I can hear her defense attorney breathing. Okay, but you know who I can't hear heavy breathing? Donna. And also, not one time, not once, has she said, excuse me, pardon me, huh? Like she can't hear. The only time there was an issue with a question was not was she asked for a clarification on what the state was asking her. Not that she didn't hear, she didn't understand the question. Those are two very different things. I have to say it, even though I feel like I say it all the time. Stop playing with these people, Donna. This is ridiculous. They're not going to nothing that she has said thus far would give me any pause. Oh, well, maybe she should have bail. No, she's a flight risk, period.
I know, I guess it sounds like heavy breathing. It's shortness of breath. I've never had that before. I'm not a doctor. I don't know. I've gained more than a third of my body weight here. The diet is all carbs, no protein.
All right, let's talk about this, okay? Which sounds more dramatic? I've gained a third of my body weight, or I've gained 20 pounds. Because I'm assuming by looking at her that her ideal body weight would be somewhere between 120 and 135 pounds. Okay. So she's gained, let's say it's 120. That's her ideal body weight. So she weighed before she went in. Okay. What is 140 pounds? Okay. Which sounds more dramatic? I gained 40 pounds or I've gained a third of my body weight. Like, Donna, absolutely ridiculous. And by the way, Donna, when you're talking about all of your physical pain and ailments, where was that concern for Dan Markel? Because it isn't like it was instant, okay? His death was not instant. He lingered. He was in pain. He suffered. He was probably scared and confused and just all of the emotions, but you didn't give a rat's fat kneecap about that. So let me ask you this. I know that you're innocent until proven guilty, okay, by a jury, and that's courtroom proceedings. I'm not in a courtroom. I'm sitting in my office in my house, okay, talking. So this is not a jury situation. I don't have to uphold those same rights, all right? At the end of the day, she was the puppeteer. She was the mastermind. She participated in this plan. The end. She's guilty. Why should any of us be worried about she got scratched by the washing machine? They gave her a Band-Aid eventually and a tetanus shot. She's fine. Stop it.
And, when you get You get spaghetti with mashed potatoes, cornbread, and white bread. That's your dinner. It's very typical of what we get. And we've had no exercise at all. We're confined, especially in the annex. The annex, we've been confined to our beds almost all the time. Once in a while, we get a pod officer that lets us walk, so you can walk in a circle around the girls' beds.
And let me ask you this also, Donna, just while we're on the subject of all the things, right? Because you're just being treated so unfairly. Okay. When you got this cut and this earwax issue and this alleged breathing issue, which I don't believe, you got to speak to somebody, right? You got to call your husband. He gave you advice and he comforted you, right? Who was there to comfort Dan? Nobody. Get bent.
But otherwise, there's no, I mean, even if you want to get off your bed and just try to like do stretches or wall push-ups or anything, she says, this is not an exercise room. There's no exercising here. We don't get taken outside.
Let me stop you. One of these issues at a time. So with respect to the time period when you've been in the annex, which was from...
All right, stop right there. Now, her breathing is heavy because she's agitated. Okay? Stop it. Ridiculous.
August of 24 until recently, February of 2025. Was it your understanding you're supposed to be taken outside a certain number of times?
Well, the inmate handbook says you get a minimum of 3 hours of outside time per day, per week, per week.
Okay, and during your time in the annex, did you experience a week?
I got an idea. Why don't you become pen pals with one Letitia Stout and sue the jail because they didn't give you your exercise? I'm sure that'll work out fantastically because Letitia's the best jailhouse lawyer on the planet. She's the best at everything.
Week where you got 3 hours of time outside?
We haven't gotten 3 hours in 6 months.
Okay. How many times did you go outside while you were in the annex?
Before you continue, Mrs. Adelson,
yes.
We have 30 minutes left in the hearing. Ms. Fulford, I understand your client is disputing the adequacy of the care. We do need to move to the most pertinent matters. Please continue.
Okay, we're going to move off of that then. I do want to talk to you then about some physical issues that have taken place in the jail. The first one I want to talk about is an incident that took place in the shower, and we're going to do this one briefly. I'm sorry, how much time did you say we had, Judge?
30 more minutes.
Including argument?
Not including argument.
Okay. All right. So the first incident that took place in the shower, could you just briefly describe to the judge what happened there?
Yeah. So
all right. I this is the second trigger warning, but the final trigger warning because it's right here in this testimony. So if incidents of physical abuse upset you or incidents of SA upset you, now would be the time to exit stage left.
There's 7 shower heads, but I always take the same one because it's off in a corner, so I have a little bit more privacy than you'd have at the other ones, and so I would always shower there, and I was under the shower, and I was washing my hair, and I was the only one in the shower. I always go in early morning because there's nobody there. Most of the girls sleep, so I take a shower and I have a little privacy, and so I was washing my hair, and all of a sudden I felt a hand go up my back, like from the top of my butt up my back, and I yelled, "Stop it!" and I turned, and this girl said, "You like it?" And I said, "Get out of here!" And I started to scream, and she ran.
Okay. In the bathroom there, what was this? Which pod was this in?
It's in the annex.
In the annex. Okay. In the annex, are there guards positioned inside the area where you shower?
No.
Inside the area where you use the restroom?
No.
Okay. All right. The next thing I want to talk about is what transpired in October of, thank you, October of 2024, where you had said previously you were attacked. What were you doing? Where were you at, first of all, at that place?
In October. So
All right, now look. I'm not unsympathetic. I'm not an evil, cruel person, unlike Donna over here. But I would be remiss if I didn't point out that while she is shaking and seems visibly upset, she was handed a Kleenex, and I cannot help but notice that there were not actual tears in her eyes. And here she is with the Kleenex, and yet she has gone on to testify about what happened in another incident, without wiping her eyes. I mean, come on, Donna. Like, if this happened, as she alleges, and my inclination usually is to believe the victim until there's a reason not to believe the victim. Unfortunately, this victim, as it were, has a if there was a Facebook status for this relationship with the truth, it would say it's complicated. Okay. She has a complicated relationship with the truth. And that's just the way that it is, which now calls into question everything that she says. Okay. Here we go.
I was in the bathroom. It's 10:30 at night. I went in to brush my teeth. There are three sink stations in the bathroom. Each one has 4 sinks. And I was at the center station with my back to the door. And I'm a righty, so I was holding my toothbrush with my right hand. And I was...
Now, let me just also point out this. Okay. I am not qualified to diagnose. I'm not a behavior expert, any of those things. Okay. But it has been my experience in life that when people add in unnecessary details, it's often because the story is not true. Who needed to know that Donna Adelson is a righty? What part of the toothbrush being in her right hand means anything in this scenario? Is it just me? Here we go.
Balancing myself with my left hand on the sink, just brushing my teeth. That's all I was doing.
And what happened?
And someone came up behind me and pulled my left hand away from the sink and twisted my arm and like jerked it behind my back, like reaching up toward my neck.
Okay.
And
did it hurt?
Yeah, it hurt.
Okay. What happened?
It hurt. And I said, "What are you doing?" And she's, in the same breath that she did that with my arm, she said, "You're going to buy me commissary." I said, "I'm going to what?" And she said, "Unless you want those pretty white teeth knocked out of your mouth, you're going to buy me commissary."
It appears that Donna Adelson is mixing up maybe a little orange is the new black with deliverance when he said you got a birdie mouth. I mean, this doesn't even sound it doesn't sound real. It does not have the air of truth about it.
So I said, okay. And then she named a package that she wanted. And she's out. She was gone. She just that fast.
Okay. How bad would you, on a scale of 1 to 10, how bad would you rate the pain at the time that she did that to you?
Oh my God, it was a 10.
Okay.
Oh my God, it was a 10. Okay. Oh my God, it was a 10. All right. I have had 4 C-sections and I've had a back surgery. I would never describe the pain from my C-sections as a 10. I don't think that now, does that mean that a 10 doesn't exist? I don't know that. But for me personally, the most pain I've ever been in, and it was excruciating, was like an 8. Okay. And I've actually never heard anybody be like honestly describe pain as a 10. Usually the people that describe pain as a 10, it's for dramatic effect. I'm not saying that everybody does that, but I do believe in this scenario and in this situation, like this woman appeared out of nowhere and she was gone in a flash. Perhaps we should ask Letitia if she has sent the Volturi to visit Donna Adelson in the Leon County Jail. Too bad that Donna doesn't have a Volturi summoning button in her cell. Also, Donna, you might find it helpful to draw a square around you, and then they can't get you. Ask Letitia.
Well, I could reach that far back.
Okay. And what did you do after she did that to you?
So, kind of stood there for a minute, and then I just thought, okay, I'm gonna go back to my bunk. I went back to my bunk and I got under the covers and I cried. I just stayed under my covers. I didn't come out.
Okay. During your entire time in the annex, did this particular inmate remain confined in that area with you?
She was in the annex the whole time.
Okay. And I know that you don't want to talk about who did this to you because why? Why don't you want to disclose who it was?
Because one thing I've learned since I'm there is you don't, the word is snitch. You don't snitch. You don't tell on anyone because you'll be sorry you did.
Donna, you learned about not snitching in jail. That's the first time you ever heard about it. Please, all of you guys in the chat, put a 1 in the chat if you're familiar with the rules of the playground, which state clearly about tattletaling, snitching, as it were, and not to do it. But here's Donna Adelson, 75 years old, and she's learned about snitching while at jail. You need to stop, ma'am. Absolutely redonkulous. Girl, bye.
And I've seen that. And so, I didn't even tell you for a while. I wasn't going to tell anybody. I didn't want to tell anybody. She's a big woman, and I was afraid of her.
Okay. Approximately how tall would you say she is compared to you?
She's over 6 feet, she's over 200 pounds. She's a very large woman.
Okay. Were you afraid of her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I was after that.
Okay. And you said that she demanded that you were going to start getting her weekly commissary. Did you do that?
Yes.
Okay. Let me, can I have just one moment, Judge?
Go ahead.
You're on the clock, lady. You only got so much time. Yes, Rachel, stop messing with these people, Donna. It's out of control. Over 6 feet. Now listen. I am not an expert when it comes to the Leon County Jail inmate statistics, but I would think that this would be something that would be easy to check into. An over 6 foot woman weighing 250 pounds would, I mean, how many inmates fitting that description can there be? On top of which, how many of those inmates fitting that description were housed where Donna Adelson was housed? I mean, come on, Donna. Like, stop it. This is so ridiculous. The reason you don't want to tell what happened or who did it to you is because it has nothing to do with snitches. It's because I personally think it's a whole lie. And that if you were to give a name and they go and they're going to find out that this person didn't do that. Stop it. Just out of control. Quivering, shaking.
Your Honor, in order to move this along a little more promptly, I've requested of the state and they have no objection.
She looks like a chihuahua that's being bathed. The way that she's shaking and you know, that's what she looks like.
At this time, I'm going to offer into evidence State's Exhibit number 3. I'm sorry, I said state by mistake. Defense Exhibit number 3, Defense Exhibit number 4, and Defense Exhibit number 5.
The objection is taken.
No. May I
They are
approach?
admitted. Thank you.
Ms. Adelson, prior to ordering commissary for this woman who attacked you, were you getting commissary for yourself?
So I have an account, and you can buy up to $40 a week of food, and so I use that account to buy food, but not what she wanted. She wanted packages.
Okay, let's make sure the court understands. When you say buy food, is there normal commissary through the jail where you were getting your commissary?
Yes.
Okay, and that's what you were spending $40 a week on for yourself?
Aramark, yes.
Okay, and
Okay.
what kind of items are you buying for yourself off of that?
I try to get some protein. I buy tuna fish with mayonnaise and
Substitute meals, if you will?
Yes.
Okay, no noodles of any kind?
No.
Okay, all right. Now, is there a separate way that you can order commissary on the outside for inmates?
Yeah,
Okay.
I can't do that. It would have to be ordered from somebody. You have to ask somebody outside to place the order.
Okay, and when you referred to packages, is that the method that the woman who attacked you said she wanted you to get for
That's
her?
what she asked me to get her. Yes.
Okay, and these packages cost about $40 each, is that correct?
40 and then $10 for packaging or shipping, so it's $50 a package.
Okay, and during the course of your time in the annex, while you were still in the annex, on just about every week, did she continue to find you in the bathroom and demand what packages that you would get ordered for her?
Yes.
And-
She must have been keeping an eye on me, but when I was in the bath, those are the only times she would approach me is in the bathroom, and she would tell me what she wanted for that week.
And did you make those orders through your husband?
I called my husband. I didn't tell him what happened. I just called him and said, honey, I want some extra food. Would you mind ordering some packages for me? And he said, sure, honey. And he did.
And he did that. And at the time that your normal canteen or commissary would be delivered, is that when the extra packages would be delivered as well?
Yes, all at the same time.
Okay, and in the course of things, you would go pick up your canteen and then her extra packages, is that right?
Yes.
And where did you keep her items when you got back to the annex?
So it was, you have to carry your bin up, and they put the package, they open up a plastic bag and they loosely put all the stuff in the bin. So it was all in a bin that I would stack and put under my bed.
Okay, and did you keep her eye care packages separated from your canteen?
Yes.
Okay, and how is it that she would receive her packages? How did she get the food?
So she would send, I used to say her minions, she was just pick different girls to come over to me, and they would say, package up 4 soups and 3 bags of chips. And the first time I didn't know what she wanted me to do, and she said, it's for, and she mentioned her name. And I said, well, how am I supposed to do that? She said, just put it in your shirt, I'll meet you in the bathroom. So I would load these things in the top of my shirt, and I would hold the bottom of my shirt like this so that nothing would fall out, and I'd go to the bathroom, and then somebody would follow me in there, and she would take it out, transfer it into her shirt, and walk away.
And that continued from the time that she first yanked your arm behind your back in October all the way you were put into protective custody, is that right?
Yes.
Okay, when you got into protective custody, in fact, did you receive your last packages for her?
So the last package came, I was put into protective custody on a Monday, and Tuesday, the commissary came with those packages and brought them to me.
Okay, and do you have that extra food in your protective custody room now?
They're sitting there. I don't eat that stuff, so it's all sitting on top of my bunk.
What you just said is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it.
And this is an absolutely excellent point. Call Me Sadie says, hold the phone. So she can't walk, but she was able to carry her bin with extra packages. Bingo!
It's made up of noodles and chips and things of that nature. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. I want to talk briefly about your time in protective custody. How big is the room that you're in?
6 by 9.
Okay. And are you in this room by yourself?
Yes.
And is the door, with the exception of when they allow you to?
Now you're complaining about being in protective custody. For real? Now you're complaining about being in protective custody, and yet no one's trying to shake you down for commissary or, assaulting you in the bathroom. Isn't that an upgrade?
To come out, is the door kept closed all of the time?
It's supposed to be kept closed.
Okay, all right. And you're given, I'm kind of leading here, Judge, to try and get us through this, but you're allowed to come out of that room 1 hour per day on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Is that correct?
That's correct.
And on Tuesdays and Thursdays, you get to come out for 20 minutes. Is that right?
20 minutes.
Okay. And on the weekends, you don't get to come
Not
out?
at all.
Okay. Make sure you don't talk over me, okay?
I'm sorry.
That's okay. We're talking over each other.
Okay, I'm sorry.
So Saturday and Sunday, you don't come out at all. During your hour 3 days a week and your 20 minutes 2 days a week, is that when you are given the opportunity to take a shower?
Yes.
If you have time to walk, that's when you walk?
So on an hour day, I'll walk for 40 minutes or about, and then I'll take my shower at the ends of that, so I get my shower in.
Okay, and laundry also, that's what you use that
All
time
of that,
for?
yes.
Other than that, you're locked inside that room?
Yes, I am.
Okay, now, it was your understanding when you were put into protective custody that there's not ever supposed to be anybody out around you, is that right?
That's what I was told.
Okay, but protective custody is actually attached to a pod, is it not?
Yes.
And what pod is that?
M-pod, like Mary.
Okay. At some point, did you learn that this individual who attacked you was also, at least for some period of time, in that same area?
I'm not sure where she was. She might have been.
Okay.
I didn't see her.
You didn't see her?
I
Okay.
heard that she was there, but I didn't see her.
Okay. Now, you have testified earlier that different guards have kind of different rules that they follow inside the jail. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
Okay. During the time that you've been in protective custody, when you were told you should not be around anyone else in the pod or otherwise, have there been times when guards would have you around other inmates?
Yes.
Okay. Back was there an occasion where another girl came and knocked on your door wanting you to give her food?
Yes.
Yes, okay. And what happened when you said you would give her food?
I said, I have all that extra food, I don't mind giving it to people.
Okay, and so how were you going to give it to her?
Well, that's what I said to her, how am I going to get this to you? And so she gave the guard a high sign, and the guard buzzed the door open, and it was her and a friend of hers, the two of them, and they'd only stepped in my foot, came in, and I gave them some soups.
Okay, is that the only time that you've been around other people since you've been put in protective custody, or have there been other situations?
There have been other times, like yesterday, the officer buzzed my door, so I guess there was something she wanted me to do, so I opened my door, and I came out, and there were maybe, I don't know, half a dozen girls watching TV. I walked past them, and I asked the officer, what did you want? And she said, Miss Adelson, I didn't mean to buzz you, just go back to your room. I said, okay. So I turned around and went back.
Okay. We have to move along a little bit faster here, so one of the things that's...
Hold on. Back the milk truck up. You came out of your room, correct? An officer didn't come and get you? So you put you around other inmates. Stop it.
Been a big for you is lack of sleep. So we're going to just kind of go through this quickly for the court. But you testified previously that the nighttime medications come between 11:30 p.m. and 1:30 or 2 a.m. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. And part of the nighttime medications that you get, is there something in there to assist you to go to sleep?
Yes.
Okay. And then you get the medication. About how long after that is it before you can go to sleep?
From the time I get it, probably a half hour.
Okay. All right. And what time are you woken up for breakfast?
Between 3 and 3:30. Okay. Yes, last night was 3:10. Just within that half-hour range is when it comes.
Okay, and once you're woken up for breakfast, are you capable of going back to sleep?
No.
Have you tried to go back to sleep?
Oh, my God. Yes, I try.
So that period of that block of time that you get from the time you fall asleep after your night meds until you're woken up for breakfast, that's the only sleep that you're getting while you're incarcerated?
That's it.
How has that affected you?
So, listen, I know older people don't need as much sleep as younger people, but I need more than 2 hours a night. I need more than a good night is 3. One night I had 3.5 hours. It's not enough sleep to stay focused. I mean, I feel like I'm foggy sometimes because I'm just sleepy, I'm tired, and I can't go to sleep. They've got people screaming and yelling. They bang on the doors, they shake the doors. It sounds like a drum in there. It's horrible. So I can't sleep with all that noise going on.
Okay. Do you have legal documents that we have provided to you or prior counsel has provided to you that you need to review to assist in the preparation of your defense?
Say that to me again.
Sure. Do you keep legal documents with you that you're supposed to be reviewing to assist to prepare for your defense?
Sure. I've got two bins full of them.
Okay. Are you having difficulty completing the tasks that we're asking you to do because of your lack of sleep?
Yes.
Okay. All right. I want to talk to you for just a second.
No, I want to talk to you for just a second, okay? How much sleep do you think Dan Markel's family is getting? How many sleepless nights has Dan Markel's family had? Family and friends, his loved ones, people who cared about him, people who love him. How many sleepless nights do you think that they've gone through? And you're not getting a sleepless night. You're getting 2 to 3 hours of sleep. Is it ideal? No, it's not. But again, don't do the crime if you can't do the time, Donna.
Second, you're able to make calls to your lawyers off of your tablet, correct?
Yes.
And those are supposed to be attorney-client privilege calls, correct?
Yes.
Okay, and they're not recorded according to what's said on the recording when you make the calls, is that right?
That's right.
During the time that you were in the annex, were you in a situation where you could be away from everybody so that you could make those calls without anyone hearing?
No, I had to make the calls under my blanket because you couldn't hear me. I certainly couldn't hear you. So I would go under my blanket with the tablet and I would call you that way.
That didn't keep the other inmates who were standing right next to you from hearing?
It is what it is.
Okay.
Look here, Donna. You're making calls from your blanket fort. Okay. Is it ideal? No. But you're also making calls from a tablet. Okay. And the way that works is you have to put the call on speaker. That's the only way to do it. All right. Well, everybody knows when you use the speaker, okay, it picks up all the extra noise. If you're in a crowded area, it amplifies the extra noise. Okay. Why are you using your tablet? You have a phone. Use the phone if the tablet isn't working. Girl, bye.
Okay. Was there a time when you and I were speaking and when you pulled the cover, was the guard there listening to your call?
Yes, there was.
And during the time that you and I are having conversations, do you also experience the same kind of problems with the phone that you had heard that Charlie had while talking to you, where the calls are dropped, et cetera?
We've had it numerous times.
Okay. Are there times where we're not able to hear each other on phone calls?
Yes.
Is there static on the phone calls?
It's static, and now you've been complaining because I have this shortness of breath, so you say I'm breathing very heavy, and it's hard to hear me.
Okay.
So it's difficult.
All right, let me ask you a few questions. We're requesting that His Honor allow you to be out on bond pending your trial so that you can assist in the preparation of your defense. If His Honor ordered that you reside here in Leon County and not leave Leon County until the conclusion of the trial, would you agree to do that?
Yes, of course.
If he placed you on an electronic monitor, would you agree to take that?
Yes.
Okay. If he required that you have a curfew from 7 o'clock at night until 7 o'clock in the morning, would you comply with the curfew?
I would do that.
Do you have the ability to do these things?
Yes.
Okay. You have the ability to get housing here in Tallahassee where you could live with your husband?
Sure.
Okay. And if he said that, you can leave outside of the curfew, you can leave to go meet with your lawyers, medical appointments if you need medical appointments, coming to court, those type of things, would you comply with those orders as well?
Yes, I'd be grateful just to get a night's sleep. It would be great.
Okay. If he ordered that you had to surrender your driver's license during the pendency from now until the end of the trial and not drive, would you agree to comply with that?
Yes, I would.
Have just one moment, please.
Oh, this is so ridiculous. Donna, you're complaining about what again? That jail is not comfortable for you? Jail isn't supposed to be comfortable. That's why it's jail.
Thought I had asked this, but I might not have. For the medical conditions that you have complained of during the time that you were speaking with the doctors and they said that they didn't give you the treatments that you were requesting, did they ever offer that they would have a doctor from the outside perform the treatment for you?
No.
I don't have anything further.
Student cross-examination.
Yes, sir. All right, so the incident in the shower, after you let the inmate know that you did not like what she was doing by telling her to stop, did she ever try that again?
No.
And that inmate's no longer, or you didn't disclose the name of that inmate, but you did tell the investigator that that inmate is no longer in jail with you, right?
She's no longer there. She left shortly after that.
Okay. As far as the arm twist incident from October of 2024, you said you reported that in February of 2025?
Yes.
Okay. And you wouldn't give the name, you said you wouldn't give the name of her to the investigator either, okay?
No.
But you, if you would give her name, that instead of you being separated from the pod, she could be separated from you and you could be back with the general population.
Yeah, but she's not the only one that could hurt me. That's why I wouldn't do it. She had a half a dozen girls that came up to me.
Was there ever any physical violence by her or anyone she's friends with after that October 24 incident?
No, that was it. That's it.
And by being in solitary confinement, does it give you an opportunity to have a quieter space where you can prepare for trial?
I guess it would be a quiet space if I could get some sleep and I would be able to concentrate on what I'm supposed to do. Yes, that would be helpful.
Do you also get in-person visits with your attorney in jail?
I do.
Okay, and when that happens, are you in a room alone with him or her or both?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
And y'all are able to have conversations then that are private?
Yes.
For the sciatic nerve, in December of 2024, were you offered a solumedrol, a steroid injection for that pain that you declined?
I am going to object to the use of the medical records by the state based on a prior objection.
Student, do you have the ability to show that these records were not a part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland that is still disputed?
No, these are part of what was obtained by Investigator Newland, but my understanding is that the defense would have opened the door to this by asking her all of these times she was seen by medical staff and what basically was not done for her.
As to that, I will permit the witness to answer. You may answer, Ms. Adelson.
Could you ask me one more time?
Yes, ma'am. For the sciatic pain that radiates down your right leg, were you offered a solumedrol, a steroid injection, and then after that a medrol, so a steroid dose pack that you declined until you were able to speak with your physician?
No, I told her that in the past I had gotten a steroid injection in my spine, and she said, we don't do that. I could offer you, and it was a medrol dose pack, I think.
A solumedrol injection?
I could offer you that, but we don't do that. And having had sciatica twice in my lifetime, I know what's been done each time, and I know that worked. And so she said, we can't do that. We don't offer that. You would need to see a specialist for that.
Okay. I'm going to show you this page at the encounter from December 13th, 2024 at 3:22 p.m. What does it say? Offered patient a solumedrol injection and then starting tomorrow a medrol dose pack. patient request to decline until she can speak with her physician?
I don't know what a cellular injection, but she told me they don't give steroidal injections in the spine. She says we don't do that. And I don't recall her offering an injection. I do remember she said I could give you other medication. But I've been there, I've done that. I know what happens with sciatica, and I know what needs to be done. That's not going to be the answer.
For your arm and shoulder pain, isn't it true that you reported you had mild pain in your left arm and
No,
shoulder?
I heard a gentleman say that before. I couldn't believe it. I told you that I had severe burning pain down the outer part of my arm. I never used the word mild pain. So I don't know where they got that from, but that's not what I said.
Okay. I'm going to show you the encounter from February 3rd, 2025 at 2:29 p.m. Under musculoskeletal, does it say positive for left upper extremity limited ROM range of motion, comma, mild pain?
That's what it says, but that's not what I said. In no way is that pain mild.
And so that's just what the doctor would have written down, but you're saying that's not what you told the doctor or nurse?
I did, had that been given to me and I read it and I had to sign it, I would say I never said this. But I'm telling you, I never said mild pain.
Okay.
It's shooting hot pain down my arm.
For that injury, you did have an x-ray. They did go over that x-ray with you and let you know that there was no fracture or dislocation.
There was no fracture, that's what she told me. I didn't think it was a fracture.
Or dislocation of your shoulder or arm?
No, it was just pain.
And they also went over your chest x-ray results with you to let you know that your chest x-ray appeared clear?
Yes.
Okay. You ultimately received the Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on your elbow?
Yes, I got that on Saturday. When did I get that? On Monday?
Okay, so within a day or two of the cut occurring?
Yes.
And you said that if you are given a bond, you will reside in Tallahassee, you will follow court orders. But when you were afraid of being arrested, right after Charlie Adelson's trial, isn't it true that you hoped that you could get to the airport before you were arrested?
I wasn't afraid of being arrested.
What were you trying to get to the airport in time for? In that jail
My
cell?
husband and I were literally shocked and traumatized at what had happened to Charlie. And he said, we need to just get some peace. We need to catch our breath. We're going to go away somewhere. And I thought it was a good idea because I couldn't think straight. I really couldn't think straight. I was so upset, and so was he. And it was his idea. He said, sweetheart, let's go, just get away. We're going to just get away somewhere so we could have some time to think.
Okay, so your testimony is that you weren't trying to go to Vietnam because you wouldn't be able to be extradited from there.
So my husband actually had said, we've been to Vietnam before with friends. We were on vacation, and it really was like a place of peace. And so he said, if we go to a non-extradition country, then if the law enforcement decided that they wanted to arrest you or me, whatever, both, he said, we won't be sitting in a foreign prison waiting months to go back. We could buy a ticket and we could go home. And my understanding was that I could go home and I could turn myself in if that's what they wanted.
Okay, but you were hoping to make it out of America in time before you were arrested, right?
I wanted to get away. He wanted to get away. That's what we wanted to do. And it wasn't, we spoke to our attorneys. I asked them. They said there's no pending. We purposely called them to make sure it was legal to do it. And they said there's no, there's no pending charges and there's no warrants. So you want to go. And so when you ask your attorneys and they tell you that, I'm going.
But Dan did tell you, as you say in the jail call, that knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if you'll make it out in time. I really don't. But that he said you might, or you might get to the airport and they'll stop you. It could happen.
That's what he said.
Right. So you went to the airport knowing that they could stop you at the airport. You could end up being arrested.
Yeah, that's what Dan said.
Right. And when you were looking at places to go a couple of days after Charlie Adelson's trial, you were specifically looking, though, for countries that did not have extradition with the U.S.
For the reason I just told you.
Right. And the reason that you're saying that you were looking for countries with no extradition was so that you could get back faster in order to be arrested in the U.S.
No, that's not what I said. It's because, I don't know, maybe we watch too much TV.
No, that is exactly what you said. What you said was you wanted to go to a foreign country that did not have an extradition treaty with the United States, because if they did issue a warrant for your arrest, you wouldn't have to spend months awaiting extradition in a foreign jail. That's what you said. That you wanted to be able to come back on your own terms, which I would assume if you had made it out before they arrested you would have been around the 31st of February. Stop it.
Or too many movies, but I've seen movies where people are stuck in like third world prisons and waiting and waiting and waiting. And my feeling was, this is not what we want to happen. If the state says they want us to come back, we'll buy a ticket, we'll come back on our own terms. We don't have to be else somewhere. We'll come back home and turn ourselves in.
We'll come back on our own terms. This is a leak, in my opinion, about control. She wanted control.
Couldn't you have done that no matter what country you went to?
No.
No?
No.
You couldn't have found out that you had a warrant for your arrest and come back if there was an extradition
Well,
policy?
not if they would, I'm not law enforcement, but it appears that they would notify law enforcement in that country, and then they could hold you in a jail for God knows how long, and I didn't want that to happen. So he said, well, that's why we'll do it this way, honey. That way, if they do notify us, that we get a phone call from our attorney or from law enforcement, then we'll buy a ticket, we'll go home.
Okay.
And so it would have been on our terms. That was the point. That was the reason that he thought that was a good idea.
And your
Before you continue, Ms. Dugan, we are over time. If you please can get to your most pertinent questions.
Yes, sir.
Let me just say this, or ask this. I know Donna can't hear me, so this is really rhetorical, but why is it just a one-way ticket? See, a one-way ticket is indicative of you intend to be there long-term, right? You don't have an expected return date, which is why you bought a one-way ticket and not a round trip ticket. And then there's the whole, we need to tell Wendy we're going out of the country while you're sitting in the living room of your apartment or your condominium or whatever the hell you call it, your house, whatever you called it, with your estate planning attorney. Am I getting this right? Get out of here, Donna. This is ridiculous. This is all the thoughts that are clearly rolling around in that head of yours. And these are the answers that you came up with. These are the ones that won.
I guess your testimony ultimately, though, is that you were not trying to go to a country with no extradition because you were trying to avoid being held accountable for this charge. That's your testimony?
I didn't do this.
Okay.
Being held accountable for this is not what happened.
Being arrested for this case.
Being arrested?
Right. That was not what you were trying to avoid by trying to go to a non-extradition country.
We were trying to get our heads on straight and just breathe.
That's all that happened to you.
You could have.
Redirect examination for
Hold on a minute.
Mrs. Adelson.
Hold on a minute. Now, I would be remiss if I didn't point this out, okay? You live in an actual vacation destination, okay? Florida is a vacation destination, pretty much the entire state. Although I will say some parts of the state are better vacation destinations than others. It just depends on what you're trying to do. However, what about anywhere else in the continental United States? You could have gone to the other coast. You could have visited California. You could have visited Oregon. You could have visited South Dakota. You could have visited Arizona, Colorado. You could have just chilled in the Florida Keys, for that matter, but you didn't. You need to stop.
Just one question, Judge.
You may proceed.
The testimony was you were offered an X-ray. You were never offered an MRI for your shoulder, were you?
No.
Thank you.
You may step down, Mrs. Adelson. Deputy, please assist with your seat.
Gosh.
Does the defense have any other documents or evidence or witnesses that it intends to present?
have any other witnesses that I want to present. We did file a request to take judicial notice of the motion and order in the Adam Frash case where a request was made in a charge of first-degree murder for a bond for Mr. Frash, and that was granted. Has Your Honor had?
Yeah. Okay. Here we go.
And where do you work?
Leon County Sheriff's Office.
What do you do there?
Specifically, I am assigned as criminal investigations for the jail.
All right. Did you investigate an incident reported by Donna Adelson in February of 2025?
Yes.
That occurred back in October of 2024?
Yes.
And was that the incident where she said that an inmate twisted her arm in the bathroom area and told her that she wanted the canteen?
Correct.
Okay. Is there any video footage in the area where that took place?
No, not in the bathroom.
Okay. Did she disclose to you the name of the inmate?
No.
Did she disclose whether the inmate had ever been violent again, or any is somehow related to the inmate in custody as far as being a friend or family member?
My understanding is a one-time incident.
If she had disclosed the name of the inmate, what could be done to hopefully keep that situation from happening again?
Well, if we knew the name of the inmate, we could take measures to make sure that they were not housed together, that they were not in, for example, classes together. I don't know if she's interested in classes, but measures could absolutely be taken to make sure that they were not able to have physical contact with each other for her safety.
If we don't know that inmate's identity, though, and we can't take her out of the area where Miss Adelson lives in the jail, is the only option then to take Miss Adelson out of the area and put her in an area where she cannot not be threatened again?
Unfortunately, yes.
And did you let her know that? And if so, how did she respond?
I did. During the investigation, trying to get the inmate's name who twisted her arm, I did explain to her that I would be able to move her back into a pod where she's able to move around more, where she's able to be social, for example. And her response essentially was that she felt, although she's not able to move around much in protective custody, she felt safer there, and that it does give her a little bit more peace and quiet to review legal materials for her upcoming trial.
That's all I have. Thank you.
Cross-examination.
I don't have anything.
You may step down.
Thank you.
State calls with Bobby Collins. Which are a PDF of slides from Chris Corbett's PowerPoint presentation that only feature the analysis of Donna Adelson's travel the night of July 18th, 2014, the open line jail call that we've referred to today from November 7th, and the transcript of, that states 4, the transcript of that call, which is states 5, States Exhibit 6, which is a chat with a Vietnam visa on WhatsApp by Donna Adelson, States Exhibit 7, which are excerpts from WhatsApp conversation between Adelson and Donna Adelson, and then finally States Exhibit 8, which is a letter from the Markel family to the court, which defense has reviewed regarding their wishes for bond.
Concerning the state's exhibits, does the defense have any objection or anything to raise?
With respect to States Exhibits 4 and 5, renew our objection, as we believe the call should be suppressed, as well as the excerpt from the call and the transcript, so we would object on that basis.
Relates to whether the court will consider Exhibits 4 and 5 that will be tied to the order of suppression as to all other matters. Is there any objection?
No, Judge.
Court reserves whether Exhibits 4 and 5, and I believe which other ones were you contesting?
Just 4 and 5. 4
and 5 will be admitted. All other exhibits offered by the state for the purposes of Arthur and bond will be admitted at this time. Ms. Dugan, do you have all of these available?
I do.
The case can approach.
Okay, and then 1 through 7 are all on flash drive.
And the state's provided us, I downloaded a copy of the thumb drive earlier, so we have those as well.
Snapchat and
Ms.
WhatsApp.
Dugan, you may make your
Sarah.
final argument concerning the Arthur standard and also bond.
Yes, sir. I guess I'll go with Arthur Standard first. As to State Exhibit 2, the transcripts from Charlie Adelson's trial, I think that the parts of this trial that were most relevant to whether we've met the standard in Donna Adelson's case are the emails that show Donna Adelson's motivation to commit the crime when she voices her hatred towards Dan Markel, strategizes ways to get Wendy Adelson and her sons to live in South Florida. The thousands of dollars worth of checks we saw in that trial that were written to Magbanwa, signed by Donna Adelson when Magbanwa never worked for the family in any capacity. Magbanwa's testimony that Charlie Adelson was about her being the middleman between Charlie Adelson and the hitman for this murder, and how on July 18th, 2014, which was the night of the murder, that Charlie gave her money at his home, which she then delivered to the hitman. Magbanwa saying that she learned that night, the night of July 18th, that Charlie Adelson and his parents had just been at the home. It was her understanding that Donna Adelson had washed the money and the money was damp. For the State's Exhibit 3, which is the travel analysis, basically these slides show that Donna Adelson and Harvey Adelson's travel from their home in Miami to Orlando on the night of July 18, 2014. At a certain point, Donna Adelson texts Charlie Adelson, "I'm outside your house," or "outside your house." Charlie Adelson then responds a little while later with 10 minutes. Cell tower analysis shows that Charlie Adelson is inconsistent with his house 10 minutes later, and when you look at the time it took for Donna Adelson to travel from the area of Charlie Adelson's home to the next point with location data for her, north of Charlie Adelson's home, it shows that it should be about a 45-minute trip, but it shows that it took her 1 hour and 54 minutes. That shows there was 1 hour and 9 minutes unaccounted for during the time when she would have been waiting for Charlie Adelson at his house and could have stayed there for about half an hour once he arrived. And that could be consistent with her taking some of the money to Charlie Adelson's home, as Mabianwa describes. Exhibit 4 is the open line jail call we've already heard today. On page 8, she does say, after speaking with Dan this morning, after knowing what they're thinking up there, I don't know if we'll make it out in time, I really don't, but Dan says you make it to the airport or they may stop you. It could happen, but it's worth a try. She then says on page 16 that they've looked it up over and over because things change, whether there's extradition from Vietnam. They could go to Korea or China because there's no extradition there. We are looking for places where there's no extradition. State's Exhibit 6, which is the chat with Vietnam Visa on WhatsApp. In that first message, that service tells Donna Adelson that all of the messages are encrypted and no one can read them. She began on this WhatsApp trying to get the visas during the afternoon of November 7th. That's less than 24 hours after the trial transcripts and State Deposit 2 reflect that there was a jury verdict in Charlie Adelson's trial. Donna Adelson says in that conversation that she needs an emergency fast-track visa for her and her husband. When given the option of 30 or 90-day visa, she chooses 90, unless she can only do 30, and in that case, she'll do it and just extend it. She then sends passport pictures and pays for the visas. Several days later, she says to the service that she's getting nervous because she hasn't received the visas yet, and she's typing all of that in all caps. She says her flight is booked at that point, which is the one-way trip to Vietnam with the layover in Dubai. That's within days of Charlie Adelson's verdict. The chat shows then that she got the visa just in time, I think the day before the flight, and then she ended up being arrested on the jetway in Miami right before she boarded the one-way trip to Vietnam. We also have the excerpts from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson, State's Exhibit 7. This is a conversation that the court has seen before. We've had a motion hearing about it, I believe, where basically we were able to get these messages in 2023 when Donna Adelson was arrested and we seized her cell phone. This is from the WhatsApp with Charlie Adelson on her phone. These are WhatsApp messages, though, that occurred in August of 2016. And there's a conversation between Charlie Adelson and Donna Adelson where Charlie Adelson is basically workshopping ideas that maybe the killer was a coke dealer and that Danny was just buying drugs from him. And in they don't mention anything about extortion, which ended up being Charlie Adelson's defense at trial, that he didn't intend for this to happen, that he was extorted, and that he didn't do this. And finally, the letter from the Markel family. Given the totality of the evidence in this case, the state does meet the burden under Arthur. The state has met its burden for every defendant who has been charged in this case and had an Arthur hearing. They have all been held in custody until trial, and none of them tried to flee to a non-extraditable country to avoid being charged before arrest. If court somehow believes the state falls short, though, the defendant should still be held no bond because she is absolutely a flight risk, given her past actions. More so now than ever, now that she has actually been charged. What we saw her talking about on the jail call and doing in the visa chat and going to the airport for and being arrested there, that was all before she was even arrested, when she just knew that the charges were coming. Now she has been charged, she is facing life in prison, so I think she's more of a flight risk than ever when you consider a totality of all that information. As to the bond argument, we heard from, Mike Hayden, who's the medical administration. All of the defendant's complaints have been evaluated. Medical staff has treated them. She's been able to see a doctor in a day or two. That is faster than most of us who are out of custody could see our doctors. She was given Band-Aid and Neosporin for the cut on her arm when she bumped into the laundry machine. Sometimes accidents like that happen, and that could also happen to her out of custody as well as it could happen to her in custody to bump into something and get a cut. We heard about her breathing and pain issues. Doctors ordered x-rays to make sure nothing more was going on, and the x-rays were negative. Medical staff can provide treatment for any medical needs, whether it be on-site or them having to go to a hospital, but they also need evidence of what's wrong and what needs to be treated beyond the inmate just saying that they hurt. And to see a specialist, there does need to be a necessity. If there's a necessity, Leon County Jail will recognize that and make the necessary referrals. Ms. Adelson has complained about the jail being too loud. The food is not good, but she is in jail. It's not the Four Seasons. All of her necessities are being met, and she should bring, and should she bring a medical necessity to the staff's attention, they will continue being met. As far as security is concerned, she wouldn't provide the identity of the inmate that caused the concern if she would, then she could remain where she is while the other inmate is taken out. However, because she won't disclose, the only option right now is her being in protective custody. But as she did tell the investigator, that does, even though I'm sure it's not very exciting, its downsides, it is a quiet place where she can prepare more for trial. And so she's saying that she prefers that right now. The state asked that she continue to be held in bond at Leon County Jail because she's safe there and it will guarantee her presence at trial.
Final argument from the defense.
I mean, that's it. That's it. That's all. She said everything. At the end of the day, all of the evidence points to that Donna Adelson intended to flee the country. She could have gone anywhere in the world, yet she was only researching countries that did not have an extradition treaty with the United States. She also spoke to where you get your visa from Vietnam and said she wanted the longest visa, 90 days. That's 3 months. She said she would take the 30-day one and just extend it. I mean, this is just, in my opinion, everything that the defense is bringing up or is about to bring up is fluff and means nothing. They're essentially arguing that, in my opinion, based on the things that they're about to say, their argument is about that Donna is inconvenienced, that she's inconvenienced because she has to sit in jail awaiting trial. And it is also my opinion that even if this judge, for some reason, decides to give her bond, I cannot imagine a bail bondsman. You still have to get the bond. I mean, I suppose she could pay cash. She does have access to finances. I'm sure they'd have to move some stuff around and sell some things, but I can't imagine a bail bondsman entertaining her at all to get a bond. She has too many resources. It is what it is. She is an absolute flight risk.
With respect to Arthur and every other defendant prior to Ms. Adelson being held and Arthur being met, Ms. Adelson isn't the prior folks. She's not the ones who showed up at Markel's residence with a firearm, who planned to kill him and then did shoot him at very close range and take his life. She's not them.
No, she's not them. She's the person who financed them. That's who she is.
There's proof there. They can meet their burden there, clearly. That's not what Mrs. Adelson is even alleged to have done. In this case, did they hold Charlie? Yes, they did. They met his burden too. Proof against Charlie is very different. I'm representing, Your Honor, a woman who stands before this court, and the argument out of the state's mouth literally is what I put in my motion. She said some bad things about her future ex-son-in-law prior to the divorce being granted. She cut some paychecks out of Charlie Adelson's business, and it was her job to cut the paychecks. And at his instruction, she cut paychecks to Catherine Magdanois. When her daughter called to say that her soon-to-be or her ex-husband had been shot and killed, Ms. Adelson got in her car with her husband and drove from Miami to Tallahassee. And they're elderly folks, and that's a part of the record. It's a natural course of travel from Miami up to Tallahassee to go through the Orlando area. The state actually said in its argument that the time that lapsed between when they show the cell phone records of Donna Adelson and being near Charlie Adelson's house, and then when Charlie says he's going to get back, could be consistent with Mrs. Adelson stopping there and giving them this alleged pre-washed money. Could be consistent is not the Arthur standard. It's proof evident, presumption great. And they simply...
Proof evident or presumption.
Or presumption great.
Go
and
ahead.
they don't have that in this case, Judge. What they have is the strongest. Could be consistent with their entire case against Mrs. Adelson is speculation. The problem here is not one problem, that health issues are not being taken care of, or sleep is being deprived, or, she's not getting the food that she likes. Nobody's complaining about the fact that she's not getting food that she doesn't like. She's gained a third of her body weight. They can't protect her in the jail. They've testified themselves. There are no cameras inside the area where they use the restroom, the area where they take the shower, where these washing machines are. There are no...
That's why she's in protective custody.
Guards in there. There's no video in there. So if she disclosed the name, which she's willing to do in camera to the court with nobody else present, because she knows she's going to be retaliated against, they can't protect her from retaliation. If they put her back in the annex and some girlfriends or friends of this woman that she rats out finds out that she's back in there, they can take her down in the bathroom, and the guards who are sitting behind a glass being protected themselves aren't even going to know what's happening until it's too late. So providing the name doesn't do that.
Before you go on, Ms. Fulford, As to the sheriff's role in this, he has a constitutional responsibility to all inmates. Also, your client has the ability to pursue a writ of mandamus if the sheriff will not fulfill his obligations. Is there a reason this has not been pursued if the situation is, as you allege through your motion and testimony?
Because that's not the only issue we have, Judge, which is what I was getting to. What we have before us is a woman who's 75 years old. She's elderly. She has health issues that aren't being addressed, but there's more. She's not getting any sleep. She's given medication between 11:30 and 1:30 at night, maybe getting to sleep by 2 o'clock in the morning, waking back up at 3 or 3:30 in the morning. We're not asking that she get special treatment. She's on trial for her life in a town where everybody believes she's guilty. That for 10 years, it's been the same story, that the mafia mother has planned out this homicide and had Dan Markel killed on this evidence that could be consistent with, and that's not what we have. We can't prepare her for trial under these circumstances. Can we go and visit with her at the jail?
You prepared for her for this hearing. What are you talking about?
Yes, we can. Do we have contact visits with her where we can prepare? Yes, we do. But we can't be up there 5 days a week. We can't be up there 7 days a week. We can't be there for lengthy hours. We're not the only ones who are requesting that time. When we got the medical records from the state last week, there was one time that the jail was able to squeeze us in for 1 hour to go through the medical records with her. Over 300 pages of medical records. And we had other things to do in that time for us to meet with her. And I'm not criticizing the sheriff's office, and I'm not criticizing the jail. The circumstances are what the circumstances are. But if she remains in the jail, we simply cannot have her prepared to testify and assist with preparation of her defense. I cannot have an attorney-client privilege call with her there. It's the most frustrating thing in the world. This phone system that they have, they say...
Wait a minute, back the milk truck up. You're going to have your client testify? Fantastic. I love that for you.
It's not recorded, and we get cut off. It says we're making third-party calls. Neither one of us has made a move. Nothing's happening. We get cut off in the middle of the calls. She has this labored breathing. If they can't find anything in the x-rays, I'm certainly not a doctor. I don't know why she's got it, but I have to start yelling to have her to stop talking because she's breathing so loud, I can't hear a thing she's even saying. She did not flee. She did not flee prosecution. She was told, and witnesses for her were told, there was no prosecution. There was no warrant for her arrest. That was perfectly fine, and the state knows this. Their own investigator told a family friend there's no warrant. They can travel. They didn't attempt to flee being prosecuted. They were told there was no warrant.
Wait a minute, back the milk truck up. Back the milk truck up. They weren't just quote unquote traveling, okay? Most people, when they travel, have a return date in mind. It's not it's not long term. And by the way, what an interesting time to pick to travel. After her beloved son Charlie is convicted at his trial. And she's worried that they're coming for her next. That's why she did what she did. You know it. I know it. Donna Adelson knows it. The judge knows it. Everybody, all 89 people that are listening in my chat right now, and all the 11 billion people that, let me tell you how many people. All 56,000 people in the Law and Crime Network that watch this know it. She bought a one-way ticket to countries that did not have an extradition treaty with the United States. If all she needed was a place to go and chill and collect her thoughts and get her head on straight, there's like 1,100 spas and resorts in the continental United States. Stop it. I appreciate your passion, but your argument is weak.
Is the evidence that's in the record, or you're just making argument generally about this?
I'm making argument generally at this point, Judge, but the state knows it. If they're going to claim that she was actually fleeing, they know better. They know that their own office said it was okay for her to travel. And where did she get to? Absolutely nowhere. And they have absolutely zero evidence to rebut her testimony that she was not going to flee prosecution. She was just going to get away to clear her head. In fact, she thought she wasn't being charged. And that's all the evidence that she had. Now, if we were coming before you and she had actually fled and someone had to bring her back, I wouldn't put my name on a motion saying give us a bond.
You're right. She didn't flee because she was stopped before she could flee. That's the only difference. That's it. That's all. Her intention was to flee. Stop it.
But this isn't the first time that people have gotten a bond. Even people who fail to appear ultimately get bonds sometimes. Your Honor's aware of that. That does take place. People who violate their can get put back out while their hearing is pending for that violation of probation. If she has already surrendered her passport, she doesn't have a visa, she agrees not to drive, an electronic monitor is placed on her, she resides in Leon County, has to check in with pretrial as many times as you say she has to check in, can only leave for limited purposes, she's not going anywhere. And we're not asking, let's let her go back to Miami where she has an international airport that she can hop on and be gone before anybody knows that her bracelet is going off. We're asking that she be held right here, that she be ordered to stay here with a monitor on, be allowed to be away from that home, to go to doctor's visits, get any medical treatment that she needs, come to court, be with her lawyers, and prepare her trial. We're not asking for a fancy hotel or anything else. And quite frankly, that's a little bit insulting considering the health conditions that she has to suggest that she's looking to be put up somewhere. The one thing the state fails to remember is she's presumed innocent. No, the Leon County Jail is not a Four Seasons hotel, but she's not supposed to be punished yet, right? She hasn't been convicted of anything.
There's a difference between pretrial detention
right.
and
she's been punished at this point. When you take not one of these things, but all of these things together, she doesn't stand a chance of being actually ready to testify for trial. That cannot take place under the conditions that she's facing. She's in extreme pain.
So are you saying that her testimony in this hearing that we're currently talking about right this minute, that actually happened on Wednesday, that she could have testified better at this? That what does that even mean? That what is your argument? Because you clearly prepared her for testimony for this hearing, and she testified. Now, if you had had more time with her, what does that even mean? Would she have had more time to work on actually crying, not just making the crying sound, cry sounds like the Real Housewives do in their talking head interviews, where they sound like they're crying, but there's no actual tears? Or or maybe she would have had better time to prepare to practice having labored breathing, which she clearly didn't have on the stand. I don't really get your point.
She's not getting any sleep. Her diet is garbage. It's just not going to happen, Judge. And if we were asking for something lenient, I could see the state's opposition. But we're not. We're asking for you to hold her outside of the jail in the most stringent conditions she could possibly be monitored, just to allow her to be with her attorneys, get her doctor's appointments, and get ready for the trial that her entire life depends upon. And I would argue the state has not met its burden. Thank you.
Very well. I will review the admitted exhibits before making a ruling. We are in recess. This concludes the hearings. You may take Mrs. Adelson downstairs.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge.
I mean, hold on a second. There you have it. It is what it is. I have been checking to see if the judge has ruled yet, and I don't see anywhere that he has as of yet. But the minute that there is a ruling, I, of course, will come back and follow up. I mean, this is ridiculous. She shouldn't get bail. First and foremost, it is what she's charged with. And yes, it is true that Donna Adelson did not physically go to Dan Markel's home and pull the trigger. That's true. She didn't. But I believe this falls under the law of principle, which is that the people acting in concert with other people to commit a crime are charged as if they did every single thing that all the other people did. Meaning, Charlie was charged exactly like Catherine McManua and the two guys whose names just completely have escaped my brain right now, who actually are the ones who physically took Dan Markel's life. He was charged the same way as they are. Catherine McManua was charged the same way as they were. And now Donna Adelson, and please let Wendy be next, are all charged the same as the principals, the two people that actually took Dan Markel's life. And for that reason alone, just the nature of the charges that she's facing, she shouldn't get bond. But moreover, she was stopped boarding a flight, for Pete's sake, at the airport, okay? They didn't, see that she had an airline ticket for this date and she didn't show up at the airport. And so out of an abundance of caution, they went and arrested her at her home. That's not what happened. She had every intention of getting on that plane and never coming back. Because at the end of the day, no, I don't give a rat's fat kneecap what she says. She's a rat, and rats will always flee a sinking ship. Period. Charlie's fate was sealed. His only hope is on an appeal, which his chances to win on an appeal are slim to none. That's it. That's all. And she knew she was going to be next. She knew it. She knew from watching Charlie Adelson's trial that she was going to be next. And she was. And she made all the arrangements she possibly could after his guilty verdict to get out of this country and to get to one that is not going to, that won't allow her to be extradited. She didn't give a rat's fat kneecap about sitting in some foreign jail. Stop it. That's it. That's all. I'm over it. Ridiculous. Hey, Tracy L., good to see you. Yeah, Tuto and Tato, but they have, that's like their nicknames. They actually have they have government names that I can't remember, but that's not the point. Like, the point of the matter is, oh, wow, thank you. Shaggy, thank you for gifting a membership. I appreciate that. Or memberships. Hold on, where is it? Where did this come? Shaggy, there it is. Thank you for gifting 5 memberships. I appreciate that very, very much. You guys who got the memberships, be sure to thank Shaggy. Thank you for supporting me in the channel. I appreciate that. Thank you. I mean, at the end of the day, that's what this is about. Stop playing with these people, Donna. Because let me explain to you what the state's got. The state's burden is proof beyond a reasonable doubt, not proof beyond all doubt. Not running through every if then but clause in the history of ever. It's reasonable. And the fact of the matter is, when you put all of the evidence together, it's reasonable to believe that you were attempting to flee the country and therefore bond should be denied. I rest my case, the end. I don't know if it was denied or not, boss lady. He hasn't made a ruling yet, because before he can rule on whether or not she gets bond, okay, he has to rule on whether or not that phone call, that open line call is what they refer to it as, if that can be admitted into evidence to be used at the bond hearing, if I'm understanding this correctly. Yes, Rivera. That is, if that's what if I'm understanding that correctly. So there has not been, yes, Sigfredo, thank you. No, she's not out. Let me look. I'm going to look it up. Hold on a second. Let's look it up. Let's see if there's been an update. All right. There is no update. Oh, wait a minute. Hold on a minute. Hold on a second. Give me just a second. Oh my goodness. Hold on. I'm trying to find it. Hold on. Oh, hold on a second. Let me see. They've got pictures with this article, and so I'm curious if they have her boo-boo so we can see it. Let's see. They have a picture of the washer and dryer. Harvey was there at the hearing. I missed that part. Let's see. Yeah, I don't see any update as far as whether she was granted bond. So I don't see that it was even ruled on it yet. I don't think there's been a ruling. So anyway, that's all I had for you guys for today. And tonight, I do intend to cover the Todd Mullis hearing for a retrial. It's a bench trial at this point. The judge is deciding. Anyway, I do intend to cover that, and we're like 6 days behind. But I thought maybe it would be a good idea tonight to do like a recap, a refresher on the history of the case, what happened at trial, all of those things, and then tomorrow begin fresh at like 9 o'clock a.m. Central Standard Time, and just stream each day and go back over it, which, like I said, we're behind. So we'll be able to skip a whole lot because obviously, we're there. Obviously there. So like we're behind. So anyway, that's really all that I had for you guys today. I appreciate everybody being here. Thank you so much. Your support means the world to me. If you haven't done so already, please give your girl a thumbs up or a thumbs down, whichever, rate me accordingly, however you feel. I appreciate it either way. And until tonight, I guess I will let you guys go, and I will talk to you guys tonight, hopefully, to see with the Todd Mullis thing recap. All right. I'll talk to y'all later. Have a great rest of your day. Bye. Oh, and also thank you, Shaggy, for gifting memberships. I appreciate that very, very much. All right, you guys, I'm out for real. Bye.
Cause it's Friday, you ain't got no job, and you ain't got shit to do. Well, fuck you.
No malicious intent or effort was towards it.
No militia. Finish her.
Minutes later.
We all do a little math sometimes.